In the time I have been subbed, there will have been subtle shifts in the tectonic plates taking we move to new heights. Also some Hypaxanth plants would have lived their whole life. PS less than 3.
Hyperdrive.
Well, that's not the right song at all, is it, Matt? What you've done there? This is not good content for the volleys. Vibe with me, chat.
No sabotage required. He did it himself.
That went well, didn't it? That was great. Yeah, that's happened. So we're off to a start. Indeed. You can't give me a 0 if there wasn't an intro, basically. Jason Caffey, thank you very much for the 29 months as well. Also, thank you to, before I get back into this, Toffee Boy for the 3 months, Inferno for the 43 months, 43? Peter Bread for the 30 months. Bloody hell. Was that all? Yes, it was. Right, fucking hell. Holy shit. Yeah, the volleys will have enjoyed that. For the volleys wondering, I was vibing to a song called Left Town by Heart of Gold, which I normally stick 4 songs in the intro because I can never see how long they're going to be. And I normally skip it, but I just, yeah. It turns out we were a song short. Jambelaya, thank you very much for the tier 3 at 10 months. That's mad. Thank you, friend. Oh, God, my... And Salty Scotsman, holy shit. With the 28 months. Yeah, I mean, you know what? If it doesn't exist, I can't mess it up, basically, right? I can't be a bad driver if I don't learn to drive in the first place. And now here's Hyperdrive. Low match fit. Do you know what? You're not wrong in many ways. 1, rusty, because didn't do Sunday stream. And 2, little bit hungover too, which kind of does not help with those things there. An intro fun, maybe so. I'll build it back up again. Thank you, Dom, for the 100 bits. It's very kind of you. Oh, God. How was your weekend, chat? I'm going to have some more beverages that are water-based. Not allowed to, can't mess my fuck up. That's not... Don't make me get the libertarian snake out again. That sounds horrendous. that sentence just... yeah, it's down there somewhere. Happened on Sunday. I was off on a day off. Basically, it's a bank holiday weekend in the UK, so I figured if I was going to take a weekend off, it might as well be the bank holiday, particularly with yesterday being bank holiday. Well, no. I just spent a beautiful day yesterday in a beer garden with good company and good beer. Green Malt shirt. I do have it. It's just a little bit tight on me, and I wanted a big comfy jumper today. I'll wear it on Thursday. For the double time for the editors. The editors? You mean the me? I am the editors. Dirty Pizza. No, I had that on Saturday. Yeah, Saturday. We did also order takeaway last night, I must admit. We got back and we're like, it's not one of those days. I just don't drink that often, so when I do, I just get a little bit of a thick head. It's actually not too bad. It's just like a slight headache when I look into the giant light that's pointed at me for the next 4 hours. Yeah, no. How was your weekend, chatto? Is Vincent good company or bad company? I guess we're going to find out. Because it's kind of a 50-50 right now. I guess Bayern will... Has he actually gone to Bayern, or is that still like a rumour? I've literally haven't really paid attention to much football at all over the weekend for the most part. Money Laws and Dirty KFC. You love to see it, frankly. That sounds fit. Mikey, thank you very much for the 10 months. Oh, I've nearly pressed the wrong button again. Wouldn't be the first time today. A perfect message? Really? Oh, lordy lord. Be careful, Icarus. I'm not going to fly any closer, Dad, I promise. Oh, dear. Buying company. True. Yes, nice. Set for them. Yes, the old, he's set for them. Yeah, how was the wedding, Daz? I had a relatively subdued wedding. I read 4 books at the weekend. You come back to me and I have read 4 more books than since we last spoke. It was a chill old time. Still managed to find time to go to the pub, which is always nice. Yeah, I'm glad that McKenna's staying at Ipswich, but also just leave the managers alone for a little bit. For the love of God, can we not have nice things, right? Do you think Ten Hag out or in? Honestly, I'm saying keeping it because it's fun, but that's me as a not so partial bystander who may or may not care what happens to Manchester United. So from an outside perspective, keep him, it's extremely fun, but it could get competent. So maybe what we need to do is get rid of him, bring in another guy that can then do some crazy shit, and then we get to enjoy him for a little bit. So actually, I'm kind of easy either way. Because part of me just wonder if at a certain point you have to go, maybe the manager isn't the problem here. Gareth would be very funny, yes. Yep, bring Potter in for the success at Chelsea. Exactly. Free league title. It's good, actually. It's just Watch Bayern, though, get super angry next season and just win every... They go like, no, you've got unbeaten. We're going to go unbeaten even more. Even more unbeaten. Yeah, Lampard, get him in. Get me in for the vibes. Thing is, they wouldn't be that vibes. It would just be incompetent, but it wouldn't look like I was trying, because it wouldn't be. Southgate would be very funny at Manchester United, I must admit. Watch him be like a massive success there. And everyone's like, oh, that's no fun, is it? That being said, there is a part of me that's just like, have not they suffered enough? It feels like they had all that period of dominance and they've been getting kicked to shit for the last decade. Maybe they just need a little bit of happiness occasionally. Because he's a good lad. I mean, true. I think Johnny Evans is a good lad, but I don't think I'd be giving him a 8-year contract at Fulham, let alone Man United. Yeah, they'll go 34 for 34 in the league. They'll win the DFB Pokal. They'll win the European trophy as well that they inevitably qualify for as well. They'll just be like, no. Give us your big plate back and we'll have it for the time being. Ah, dear. The FA Cup, though, they did. Yeah, I mean, admittedly, I wasn't planning on watching the FA Cup because, well, I've seen that movie before. And then it got to half-time, Monaco qualifying had finished, and I thought, you know what? That score's kind of intriguing me. Let me give that a little smooch. And honestly, the second half was... It was like defence against attack, but defence pretty much won. And I was pretty impressed with that, honestly. I was very impressed at how they actually handled the pressure, but it didn't seem like City... They were just there. And City just could not get through them for the most part. Other than there was a couple of times when Doku sort of unlocked them. But other than that, and there was a really good save from Onana off of Kyle Walker as well. That got rid of Kane. But is that really the problem? Like, or is it just a curse? Like all season, to be honest. It feels like they're capable of doing that randomly on their day. They'll just randomly be really good. And then go back and have 7 more games. Watch F1. I mean, I watched the race, meaning I watched qualifying, and the first lap of the race, i.e. the race. I'm actually not contract nation. So it starts in like season 3. Generally speaking, it's seasons 3 to 6 is when it said it's like maximum effectiveness, essentially. Yeah, I'm not a big F1 guy. I watch the races sometimes because Chat bullied me into it a few years ago. And I'm like, it's fine. It's not my preferred series to watch, but it's enjoyable. I like the storyline sometimes. It's nice that things are at least getting a little bit more interesting now, I suppose. This year, anyway. Yeah, I didn't actually see the first half of the game, so I came into it and City were like growly, but I saw the XG stats for half time. Tennis clearly cursed. It'll be interesting to see what happens next year based on that. Hockey stick. Oh, yeah, no, give Maxi a hockey stick and I'm all over it. Put him... What position he'd play? He'd have to be a forward, really, wouldn't he? He'd have to be. Indy didn't watch Indy, no. I know it got rained out, and I didn't even watch the NASCAR because that was really late as well. The only sport I watched on Sunday was the playoff final, which admittedly I thought was boring as all fuck. But then I watched the Rags-Panthers game because that happened to be on at a reasonable time, and that was a bloody good game. So I'm glad I watched that. Jay Rodriguez, why not? Get him in. What have you got against Jay Rodriguez, eh? Premier League, but teams have to change managers every month. That's actually probably not as difficult to do as you might think, because all you'd have to do is every month appoint yourself manager of each team and then retire immediately with a new manager, and then they'd have to then appoint a new manager. But as far as I know, teams don't tend to like reappoint the same dude. Not that I've paid too much attention to it, but that in my experience is what tends to happen there. That might be quite a fun video, actually. Hello, Dan. Oh, good weekend. I did. I had a very nice weekend, actually. Lots of reading, nice beer, and some time with the pog, which is always good. Oh, my back. This is a bop of a song. Let's get off my face. Out of RP. That was hilarious. I saw a brilliant TikTok about that particular incident. It was just this like audio of Richard Hammond talking about a tiny little gap and how if he was French, he would go for it because he could get into that space. Brilliant. Absolute scenes. Big exam. A lot of you seem to have big exams today. Is this school or uni? Because Inferno's got uni stuff. But it is that time of the year, I suppose. Let's get off my fail. That's not a brand new sentence. Come on now. 2 weeks to appoint a new manager. Ah, good point, yeah. Maybe it's like every 2 months. That way it gives them more time to appoint their new manager. But then you'd only really get through like 6 of them. No, not even 6 of them in a season. Half term is... Oh, yeah, of course it is. So I lose track of this kind of shit. Pog even mentioned it was half term to me this morning because obviously she's at work and, well, that means like more people in town. Oh, speaking of Pog, actually, she might be around for some Thursday streams for a little bit because they're changing her days as a result of her promotion at work for the time being anyway, until she can get her proper days back again. So she may actually be present for some Thursday streams and not through any random chance, which would be nice for a little bit, I guess, wouldn't it? The Watford DLC. I mean, you can do that thing where you force them to make their appointments really quickly. No Thursdays for me. Well, yeah. It's I can't remember exact reasons for it. It was basically because of her promotion. They had to change her days around, and now she's like trying to negotiate to get it back again. But she's still working like it's just she's not going to get Monday off instead. There you go. Yeah, it's probably only going to be for a little while. Hopefully she can get it all back again, basically. Because basically what's happened is the person that was in the job is stepping down, and she's just taking the role. But they were actually going to try and pay her not the same money as the person that just stepped down from the role. And it's just like, no, that's not how this works. You don't get to do that. It's the same fucking job. So she's going to make sure that that's not the case. But such is life. Because I was just like, don't let them stiff you out of money. No. If they want you to take that responsibility, they're going to pay you for it. So, we didn't actually need to go that far off a stream last time. Monday stream. No. I'll keep my stream days the same. It's just the only day that Pog and I actually have off together is Saturday normally, other than yesterday, obviously. With that extra pay, I know. Well, it would be extra, but it's like it would be not the same amount, which is still ridiculous. Particularly she's more experienced anyway, so it's just like dumb. They were just trying to get away with shit. Not that that was a thing from like her direct superiors. They hadn't got control of that kind of thing at all, but they're trying to sort it out for her basically. It's just silliness as always. So we had that weird result against Barca. We were very lucky. The biggest thing over anything else, Hamren are above us in the Champions League. And I don't know how to feel about it other than really kind of happy for them, honestly. Yeah, they've played a game more than us, but it's a weird situation to find yourself in. Just the Ham men are massive. Also, I love here that Barcelona have played 5 Champions League games. We've only played 3. Like, are they speed running Europe now? They just keep getting all the early games. They had that random one against, might have even been Hamren, actually. No, it can't have been. Hamren didn't play Barca, did they? They played Liverpool, right? Yeah, they lost to Liverpool, beat Villarreal, beat Shakhtar, lost to... Oh yeah, and drew with Ajax. God, that's a good result for them so far. Yeah, they're that weird off week, and now they've played an extra one. 5 Super Cups in Saudi. True. The final will be there, anyway. How many have to play? It does get kind of difficult for them. But then again, we thought that to begin with. Atletico away, Anderlecht away. I mean, they beat Villarreal, they beat Shakhtar away, and they drew with Ajax. What's to say they couldn't beat Anderlecht away? I think they've played them in Europe before. And then after Christmas, Chelsea away. Probably not that easy. Feyenoord at home. You just don't know. You just don't know. I think they've got a chance to get 3 or 2 points from those matches, which would be enough to qualify them. They're going to need that 10 or 9 points. And I think they might do it. Which is wild. And the best thing about that is, of course, they'd end up with the progression points that you get that only we normally get. We're going to get some of England's cheaty points, chat, is what I'm saying. Which would be nice. It's crazy, though. And, yeah, they knocked out Dortmund to get here, but it's the fact that they've continued playing that well. Yeah, this is the thing. Like, when I first saw them get into the Champions League, I thought that was bad. Because I expected them to get absolutely ridden. However, they've got enough points now that it actually totally makes sense. Because they've got the money. They'll get extra money for the wins. So they've got, what's that, another 5 million... 6 million for the points for just the wins and draws, TV money in there as well, some coefficient handouts, the 13 million they get there, it's huge. They've got shitloads of money, the prestige is great, the rep boost is brilliant as well. If they'd have got in there and got 0 points and got clapped every single game, I'd have been like, that's probably negative for us, but at this point it really isn't, and it's amazing. And it allowed them to get those loans from us on the final day of the transfer window, which were absolutely brilliant. I haven't realised... I had a little look before stream today because I was just kind of curious about the best players that are out on loan. We need to talk about Mensah in January, potentially, because I think he's going to have to come back again. It's annoying, but it is what it is. Where is he? Where's he gone? Hello? Where's he gone? I swear I was just looking at him. Torres, Warner, Coe... Is he no longer 5 stars? Pereira. Let me find Hammer and players. He probably was there, actually. Oh, it could be an unknown one now. Yeah, you're right. Which is weird, because he wasn't when I was looking earlier. That's the strangest thing. Oh, yeah. That's so weird. I literally could see his PA earlier. Because I was sorting it by PA, and that's where I saw how what he was doing. And now it's showing unknown, even though I've just been clicking around menus. So that must be a visual bug, then. Interesting. Either way, not Pereira. Wait. Hang on a minute. Did you see that? Look. It's not even displaying the correct numbers. It's saying he's got 9 appearances and 1 goal. But that's not true. He's got 5. That's why I was so confused. Huh? Huh. why is it in... It must be that the reports ran out in some way, because it's almost like... Yeah. But this displays all of their stats together. That's really strange. And it's displaying them in blue for some reason, as if they're on loan. 2 reports to check. I mean, yeah, we'll do that, obviously. I'll prioritize it in a sec. But point being, that's weird that that's not displaying up to... It's odd that that's not displaying correct numbers. Because it was earlier. Which makes me think that some combination of the things I've clicked on since then, because I've not obviously progressed the day, has buggered up the numbers. Because Pedraza, sure as shit, doesn't have 2 goals. He's got like 8, I think. Yeah. He's really good, by the way. Just having a little look at him further. He's so very, very good. And I'm really pleased they've got him. But yeah, that's really strange. I'll get that thing prioritized because I want to see if that clears it up. It'll probably get cleared up like the second I progress to the next day. That's just, I've never noticed that before. Scout delayed the file by mistake. It's Mr. Jobless again. He's been sneaking in there, stealing my files. Right, Hamron. Prioritize assignment. 37 players. I suppose they would have quite a lot. Either way, they're doing well. He's doing well. That's awesome. The question is whether we can keep some of those guys out on loan. Now, luckily, because we did a party exchange on them, they are 2-year loans. Now, a couple of them I might take back depending on how well they play, but I feel like Facundo Pereira's going nowhere. The fact that the game, or it did anyway earlier, consider him a wonder kid, is exciting to me as well. Not that that means that much, because isn't that related to CA rather than PA? Because I've noticed we've got some players that have actually got no potential at all that are considered wonder kids, like Birkalan, for example. It's almost like the game's not prepared for you to be getting loan reports on 246 players. We're getting there in January, I'm telling you. Was it? Yeah, this is season 17 now, yeah. So we're sort of midway-ish. Well, no, I'd say about a third of the way into season 17. Work best luck. Oh, well, see you later, Sharpie. Thank you for joining us. I always appreciate that. Have a lovely... I say have a lovely time with work, but maybe it is, maybe it's not. But either way, I appreciate your presence. Nothing yet, Patrick. We've only really just got going, frankly. Last Champions League, it's kind of up and down. So we got to the final, got clapped in the final, one of those games, nothing you can really do about it. The following year, we followed that up by not even reaching past the first knockout round. We didn't get top 8, lost in the first knockout round, and it was bad. This year, though, I'm more confident, mostly because our group draw is much nicer, but also I just think we're a better side now. I'm starting to see it all kind of coming together, and it's nice to see. Right. Yeah, I mean, exactly. In January, we're going to break it even further because we are going back to positive numbers. We're going to get 10 more guys to Dingley, just based on the players that are joining us alone. Some of these guys might be too good for that, but I think there's enough in here, particularly people like Lacreen. You see the guy that's got really high CA? Yeah. He's never going to play for us. He's never going to play for Dingley either, but we just picked up... And also, God bless Williams. He's got Zuri written all over him. I'm telling you. God, that is a very narrow face. I think someone said that last time, didn't they? Right, okay. We've got a game today, and it's against Malta. This should be relatively simple. But life is never quite turning out that way. Okay. Perez, Quasi, Pebbles, Camga, Gillet, Palacio, Krastev. Yeah, it kind of is it for the time being, isn't it? Or were we still doing Palacio, Centre, Actually, against someone like Malma, this might be the perfect opportunity to try this out again. Keep with Palacio in the centre there, and play Kadri instead of Jezanovic, because Jezanovic is a big weapon. Yeah, it's Champions League group, yeah. It's a match day, I think it's 3 for us. No, 4 for us, and then like weirdly like 5 or 6 for other teams. Yeah, Jibby's going to be an interesting question in January, because we've got Mr. Mexico joining us in January. Jibby's wanted by Al Hilal. Now, which is Saudi. I always lose track. Which does make me wonder if they might be about to drop moon money in our lap. Play the Loney. We probably should, you're right. In that case, if we're going to play the Loney, Pebbles will drop deeper and Camga can drop out for 1. It's a proper big Saudi. Yeah. So I wonder if there's space in January to get an absolutely massive bid for Jibby. We swap him out for the New Mexican dude. The one thing the New Mexican dude doesn't have is aerial reach, basically. His aerial reach isn't that bad, but he's not that tall. He's only 5'11", doesn't have the biggest jumping reach. I think his aerial reach is 12, but he's better in the other ways. So it's hard to tell, really. Maybe it's one of those things where maybe we'd be better keeping him till the summer and trying them both out in games and just trying to see. 15 million for Gutierrez. Yeah, that's the thing. Gutierrez was even less than that, I think. I think he was 13 million. It was stupidly cheap. Oh, dear. KSA teams are Saudi. Yeah, no, I'm aware of that. Oh, no, you're right. It says KSA. I didn't actually see that. Why does it say... Oh, I never noticed it actually showed that. Yeah, it was a really cheap release scores. It was brilliant. Okay. I definitely did do this. This wasn't something I was dicking about with Beaconsfield, was it? I want to just check this. Let's defend. No, I have been set up. Okay, cool.
Ooh ah ting tang walla walla bang bang ooh eh. Ooh ah ting tang walla walla bing bang ooh eh. Ooh ah ting tang walla walla bang bang. I told the witch doctor you didn't love me true. I told the witch doctor you didn't love me nice. And then the witch doctor, he gave me this advice.
Question. Why is Stream Nana saying the word doctor like that randomly in the middle of the sentence, despite there being absolutely no reason why she would have done that? Big fan of the witch doctor, but strange one. Get off to your local doctor. But she didn't say on the last one. Oh, it's Al Hilal Colombia. That would explain it. So it's not the other KSE teams. It's just Al Hilal that has that. Fair enough. So Perez is getting another chance, but he's on an extremely thin ice at the moment as far as being good. Because he's got 4 goals in 6 games for us this season. Reynoso's banged 5 in 5 starts and has looked good off the bench. There's going to come a time where he isn't putting up the numbers and I'm going to have to start starting Reynoso, and I have no issues with that, basically, is what I mean. There's another comment that made. Oh, I see. Fair enough. Too many players for the same role in recent seasons. Yeah, that's basically every position. But mostly it's because we just sign everybody and we're not super asked about, unless it's like, I only really pay attention to squad depth when it comes to players that are costing me like 10 million plus. If I'm signing a player for 10 million plus, there has to be kind of a slot for them. If I'm signing players for like 2 to 3 million, and they're usually young because that's generally how our scouting works, I'm not really looking for like pure pathways for them. If they've got the potential, they'll push their way through. If not, they'll end up in the loan farm. It's one of the things I actually quite like about these types of saves is that you actually don't need to worry so much at over depth. It's under depth that we do sometimes fall into. No chance we lose to Malma. Do you know what? Weirder things have happened, right? It's not a bad shout, Jim, actually. And today might be the sort of day to try that. Because I'm trying to remember why we had hold up ball switched on. I think it was something to do with the personal attributes and player traits of a guy that was in that role when we initially started it, which I believe was... No, it wasn't Melbourne, was it? I'm trying to think who originally played in that role, because it wasn't Padilla yet. There was someone pre-Padilla. Diaz, yes! We'll give it a go. It's not going to be like the best sort of litmus test against someone like Malma, unless we like lose, then it's like maybe... What about... Yeah, exactly. It's a case of like... we've started a bit poorly here. That is worrying, considering they're like fully fresh. Maybe we should be holding the ball up a little bit. Oh yeah, Hammer are actually playing. For the first time, actually. This is the first time we're playing at the same time. Unfortunately, Ross Braun scored against them. I like to have 2 guys for every position. And when I say position, I mean like role in the pitch itself. So obviously centre-backs, I like to have 6 because we've got 3 of them. And I feel like, provided the squad statuses are not obscene, you can generally speak and get away with it. You're still going to have troublemakers, as we have, right? But, oh dear. It was Mato Gazzetto called Gazzetto. I'd be well up for that. When I start my own nation, I will call it Mato Gazzetto. Also, how did you know my last name? Yeah, this is a really bad start. Just really languid. These are the games that we have no excuse for not winning games like this. This is the sort of game where you've got to go out there, create like 3xg, win 4-0, easy peasy. And this is not it. Literally 37 minutes in and this is the first highlight. That's a little bit concerning. Hopefully Quasi and the lads can do the business, and Krustevs particularly. Hammer is 14. Hammer are actually doing even better than that at one point. Oh, thank goodness for that. Pebbles with the run from attacking. That's interesting. Pebbles with the run from central midfield. I think he's going to be good no matter where we deploy him, and I do love a player that has that kind of potential. It's nice to just be able to have a guy that we can put in multiple positions that he'll flourish no matter where, because that's a really nice little late run. Actually, I say late run. He's actually in there the whole time. Good stuff. Great. We take it. Oh. But yeah, no, Hammered are killing it in the Champions League so far. I mean, not today, obviously. They are struggling a little bit. We just need them to get 2 more points, I would say, to get through. Pebbles. Yeah, it does really help as well when you've got a guy that can kind of cover... Like, for example, technically, Kadri can also play midfield for us. It's weird. He's really good at central midfield and centre-back, but don't you dare put him in DM. He will kick off. Except he won't, because he won't be in the squad. It's good to have that versatile guy, though. My favourite type of versatile player in our current setup is if finding a wing-back that can technically play on both sides. Perez is bad again. Like 6.5, struggling, offering nothing. We haven't seen him have a shot. I think he's going to be a 60th minute sub for Reynoso again. And who will then inevitably come off the bench and score. And if he does that again, I think he's got to get start next game, even though it's against Bayern. Right, here we go. Perez, show me something. Right, spreads it out wide. This is better. Return pass, perhaps. Krass. Oh, okay, that's better. He got into a good spot. Oh, he's not going to be offside, is he? No, he's not. Okay. Also, Krastev with a double assist again. Good to see. Yeah, I just had to threaten him. It does work. Me randomly talking bad about players in the match does seem to do the trick. I might still bring him on anyway, because now that we're 2-0 up, I think half an hour of Champions League football could be really nice for him. Another assist for Krastev. That's about as tap-in-y as possible, but he was in the right spot for it, I suppose. I've got to give him that. Right. That's a bit better from us. Right, let's make the early subs. We're 2-0 up now. It should be okay. What the fuck? Oh, yeah. I forgot this carries over from save to save, doesn't it? I added the ability thing in here because I was testing some stuff with Beaconsfield. Lahovi's going to have to drop off, I think. Which means we'll have to bring someone else in at centre-back. But I'm not going to bring in Fofana because we're 2-0 up. I might even bring in Vieira because it's Vieira. Who else do I want to get out? We get Pereira's out for Reynoso. Fast manages to get... Yeah, except last year he kind of wasn't doing that either. That was the problem. Krastev's on a booking, so maybe give Vida a little run. It's just nice to get him playing football, isn't it? Yeah, he doesn't need a third assist. I might move Pebbles up a bit and bring on Kamga as well. Just I kind of want to see what Pebbles is like in that role, because we haven't really seen anything out of Carvalho. Not sure if the turning off the hold up the play thing was the right decision. It's hard to say after like one match, but it is against a weak opposition. But I'm also not sure what we were expecting to see from it, I guess. I don't think it's been like a positive or a negative. I might just keep it on for the time being in future matches, but maybe it worked better specifically with that tactic. This has not even been that good of a performance. Like, both goals have essentially been tap-ins. I'm glad to create them, and it'd be nice to keep a clean sheet, but we've been very... I would have hoped for more against what is essentially a very bad Malma team. More long shots. I guess... I don't know. That's nice. Really nice from Palacio. See, that's what we kind of miss when he's not playing still, dear. What we miss is a really bad pass occasionally when he's not playing centre-back. Great from Gert. That's better. Gert's had a really solid game, actually. Really nice to see. Division playable. Yeah, I went through a spell where I could do that sort of stuff really well, but then I just kind of forgot a lot of the time. Go on, Peps. Find that pass. Oh, Cam goal. Go on. Keep that ball rotating. Somebody's got to be in the box at the end of this. And it's Quasi. Okay, we take that. Reynoso's not really done much since coming off the bench, but there we go. Quasi grabs another goal. Yeah, the long shots thing... At the top end, I'm less okay with that, actually. When the more elite I feel like your team is, the less long shots you want to be seeing sometimes, even though they do seem to go in more often than you'd expect them to. But at lower league football, long shots are the king. Just because they go in so damn often. We scored 3 absolute tap-ins in this game, which is good. The other thing I'm noticing is Reynoso. Like, we didn't see much out of him there, but he still came off the bench, and as far as I can tell, gained rating, albeit only a little bit. But you don't see that happening with strikers very often that aren't really involved, or you're not seeing them very often. And I feel like that just means that there's something that we're going to get out of him, potentially. Can we win versus Hampton? Yeah, that's the big deal. The reason we're not getting a full stadium is because we still have a lot of standing stuff that we're not allowed to fill during Champions League games, basically. There's nothing we can really do about it until either we build a new stadium. In fact, I think it might have to wait for that. Vanuatu to the UCL, that would be very, very tough because they're not part of Europe, and you'd have to, I think, move the entire country potentially. David Nieholm, thank you very much for the...
Are we officially nearing the length of our relationship where we need to discuss marriage? Anyway, how okay is today? I
mean, if my relationship with Pog is anything to go by, we've got a way to go as yet, David. But hey, different strokes for different folks. I just love his name. That's why I always call him Quasi, because it's really not... Like, it doesn't roll off my tongue very easily. Yeah, Hamron didn't do great there, but it's away at Atleti. Like, what are we going to say for that? Oh, no, it's not one of the games that involves us, is it? So how was the game? Fair. Paulus Brown, great name. That was an absolute menace of a game. Although Rodriguez still played pretty well. Linesman, new signaler. Players offside, let's go school the flag is up, then it's down with offside. Yeah, I mean, but I could just check the thing and it tells you if it's offside or not immediately, unless there's no assist on the goal. I just find that's easier than like trying to read the tea leaves sometimes. Krostev's been, once again... Yeah, Vida's not getting back into this team. Not with the way that Krostev's playing again. Admittedly, that was only his third and fourth assist of the season. But it's good. It's what we want to see. Always get a rating, is that not true? When I say get a rating, I meant gain a rating. I.e., they improve from the rating that they get as standard. Like golf? Not really, no. I played golf when I was like 15, but that's about it. I haven't touched a golf club. Oh, that's not true. I've touched golf clubs since then, but only inappropriately. No, for like mini golf and stuff, but that's about it. It's to Matt. Got to answer the question sometimes. Guess no. Yeah, usually by the time that I've worked out that there isn't going to be an assist, PE golf. You joke, but I did do. I actually chose golf as a subject at GCSE PE because you could pick anything you fucking liked, and I thought that'll be fun. It wasn't. I think it's 6.6 is the default. So getting a 6.7. Oh, is it sub start 6.7? Oh right. I thought it was 6.6. Either way, he didn't lose rating, which half the time is good. Our best player right now. Well, the game says Palacio, which is intriguing. And pound for pound, attribute-wise, he probably is up there. It's 6.6. That, I guess, makes sort of sense. It's weird that they don't start at 5s, really, because that's literally average. But then if you got a 5 in an FM match engine, you'd be like, how many goals did you let in, right? Like, I don't think FM understands how averages work. It is very interesting how, like, the average in FM is considered to be 6.66 or whatever, when... That's just not... But it's the same with, like, movie reviews and game reviews. It's like, if it's below 6, you're like, what? Absolute dog shit. Oh, yeah. Palacio is brilliant. Oh, positive developments. Really? Already? He is, like, already starting to blossom into quite a handsome young fella in terms of his attributes, anyway. Red plays... It is, isn't it? It's strange. SI's run by Satan. Maybe. Right. Conference League we've got... Is it? No. Europa League, or did I skip it? It's good, yeah. Tough, but possibly necessary. Birkirkara hosting Rijeka again. Keep him happy. There's like a checklist of things I run through. So the first thing, he's an influential player. I can just tell him that, and he's usually okay to stay, for the most part. When that fails, if you've already recently convinced another player to stay, and they're at least on good social standing, you just say, but X player came along, and they were happy to do the thing that I want you to do. And most of the time, I find that works as a failsafe, generally speaking. In fact, I don't think we got a single upset player other than Jozanovic this year. I think he was the only one that actually kicked off, other than people that, like, our Patreon regions down here, because they've got weird contracts that don't really reflect their ability, which is ironic because the deal that he want to reflect his ability would be absolutely unhinged. But yeah, Jozanovic was the only one, and I think that was only because of some silly promise crap that we got sort of stuck in a hole with it that we couldn't actually dig ourselves out. I also feel like occasionally, don't be afraid to piss your player off for a couple of months. Like, they'll get over it. They really will. I think people will give the players too much power. They are my peons, damn it. Even though they'll have a scale of 1 to 1. Yeah, that does seem pointless as well. I guess they've got to give some space for, like, some of the lower leagues. Is the EIHL even in the game? Is it in Chell? Struggling with opponent. Doesn't seem unfair. I guess it's just, like, at that point, get rid of all the other numbers. Like, they've closed the Overton window of numbers.
48 months. 4 whole years of me and you.
Toots.
I wouldn't change it for anything. What a fine specimen of human you are. I have enjoyed our growing relationship. One of should propose soon. A+ for you. 10 out of 10. 100%. Top marks. Card.
Card. You'll love to see it, Michael. We need to hang out soon. We can meet in a third location. I'm filling up my social calendar. I enjoyed some social calendaring yesterday. I'm still suffering from it today. It's good. Any more team? No, I haven't fallen into any more of them. That was an unusual one because that's not one I'd seen before. Chiro doesn't seem happy. No, I know what you're talking about. So basically with Chiro, the thing with Chiro is, you know when we loan players out and they're on the dev list? And then when I offer them out, we sometimes get bids from clubs outside of the dev list or whatever, or outside of Malta, and then it automatically rejects them. Most of the time when the player kicks off about that, I go in there and I say they weren't offering the wage contribution that we were looking for, and they're like, you know what, boss, that's totally fair. For some reason, Chiro will not do that. So whenever I get a loan offer from him that's not from them, I have to say no, and then I have to promise to offer him out again, and then he gets annoyed at me because then when I do offer him out again, I then reject it again. He's in a bit of a weird cycle. Bro is stuck in a time loop. I mean, he needs to firstly get a little bit of sun for a start. I think we'll begin there and move on, right? Flowfeast, thank you for the 21 months. You'd love to see it, friend. How's it going? Clean
How am I
keyboard.
supposed to follow Mr. Foot? Lol, hope all is well with you and Pog.
Things are great. Martha? Who is Martha? Oh, random dude from Knack Breda, who was like, I believe, a freebie. Yeah, amateur player. Love to see it. I was like, who's Martha? Martin, but I know. In November, in fairness, but still. So Martha's in, eventually. Does she bring a vineyard is my big question. Offer up wage that's unspecified. Oh, maybe. I think we actually have that set for everybody now. Because we found that it was giving more results. That might be what it is. But he's the only player that's ever complained about it. Because I believe we have everybody set to unspecified now. Because we found that it was getting the more responses or something. I don't know. I'm fairly certain that's what it's set to, though. I think it's like the new default that we have. Yeah. We changed it a little while ago. But particularly as it does allow occasionally Maltese clubs to actually pay us for the time being. Anyway, it's nice to earn a little bit of cash if we can do. Right. Sweetie. Where you at? Ooh, tough. Yep, fair. Standard terrible goalkeeping. Tiller and Rabble scoring goals, but Silla, that's just, they were just better, aren't they? Also, this is that striker, isn't it, that I really liked, who's like 17-year-old striker that plays up front for Midtjylland, who's already scoring goals in the Europa League. You hate to see it. Said Sweetie. I mean, maybe. But, Mike, I'll address this question to you. How is Sweetie getting on? $10 million. Was that? Nah. Right? Only 8 million. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking maybe in the summer, because we're getting like... Maybe in January, actually. We'll have to debate that. Because we've got £23 million worth of players joining us. We've got to be careful on the finances again. Let me just quickly check the Conference League. Then we'll check out on old NAR. Right. Goodyear draw. Birkirkara draw. Unfortunate, it happens. Kind of fair, honestly. What does that mean, though? Goodyear got 4 points. And Birkirkara... Where the hell are they? This is where they're right next to each other. Oh, they're there. 4 points. And HJK, right where they should be, except 2 places higher. Yeah, it's tough. I feel like they should both be able to get out of this, but I am worried. Like, 4 points is a good start. They need another win. That they need 7 points each, and it's all good. But I'm just not sure they're going to get it. Yeah, Treps are getting in there, which is surprising. I think one of them even have to play. Apologies, chat. My throat is very funky today. Yeah, the Sheriff goalkeeper. Probably in like the qualifying rounds, right? Vladimir Popescu. He's 18. Under 21 caps. Certainly worth a look. They've also got the top assister in, admittedly, a 25-year-old Vyacheslav Kuzmichev. Not bad. He probably should be playing more as a striker, but there you go. I mean, that's right. Indeed, sometimes you just suffer for it. Youth Academy only. It depends, like, what country, what sort of level you're thinking. It very much depends on what sort of save you truly want within that. Right. Karen at Alashkert. Oh, yeah. Good old Karen. 8K. That's Armenian International Karen you're talking about. You be careful. She's going to come around with a bob cut and criticise you. We're going to scout her too. That was still some points for us, though. Well, not a lot of points, but are we still above England is the big question. France for 4 times. You're right. Yeah, France have been... Holy shit, it's like a proper... It's palindromic as well. Nantes, Marseille, Feyenoord, Marseille, Nantes. Oh, so that means that presumably Lazio are going to win it this season. Are they in there somewhere? No. The cycle will in fact be broken. Otherwise, Leeds United, where are you at? Napoli could do it, yeah. Yeah, that is very French-centric. I think the year that Nantes won it was also the year that Hamren beat them in the group stages. So they lost to the eventual champ... No, they beat the eventual champions. It's even better. Yeah, Nar was the guy that moved to Bayern for... It was this guy, wasn't it? Raheem Nar. which still staggers me to this day. Maybe we sold him too quickly. In fact, there's not really any maybes about it, did it? We lost out on 10 million quid. Then again, at the time, when we tried to sell him to buy him, we'd have probably got about the same kind of money. Not Pandrum. I don't know. Spurs probably will be the favourites, yeah. The one that got away. There's a few that got away. But he's one of the ones that at least he was actually here in order to get away. People like Martinez and Marathon Man, I don't really consider to be the ones that got away. In fact, they kind of are. Because we never actually had them in the first place, right? Why is abbreviation such a long one? You mean a good ab? An abs? Right, I don't think we're going to be top of the coefficient chart this year. Oh, we still are. Chat, we maintain our spot at the top of the coefficients on the year. 8.7 points. We're still above England, still above the Dutch, having a bloody great time, which is annoying because they're one of the ones we're chasing. That's very tasty. I wonder how long we can stay on top. I reckon next match day is when we lose it, unless we have a banger of a match day. But we've gone above Sweden this year by actually huge amounts. We're not far behind Denmark either. There's a chance we could go 8th this year and be right on the coattails of the Dutch. Unless they continue doing what they're doing. Dino Kid, thank you very much for the follow. It's called shipment, but when you transfer something by ship, it's called cargo. Guys, an existential question for our time. I was not prepared for that level of philosophicery today. Oh, double runners up for Zuri. I love that they're even there. That's dope. It'll come. And we'll sweet you with a win as well. You'll love to see it. Oh. Right. I think we could be getting above 10 points before the end of like the first cycle, I suppose. Streak. Wow. Fair. Very nice. Which tactical advice was that? I'm curious. I may need to use it myself at this point. I keep thinking he's got like a clown hat on, and I do apologise to my poor Diego Mazzilli. Great name. Solid bloke. Right. Tara should be dropped. No, he shouldn't. Never drop him. Ever. He's precious cargo. Or precious shipment in this case. Right. Okay, international. Oh, this is that little breaky bit where there's just like nothing for like a month. Well, not nothing, but like there's only league games. Oh, 8 treks. That would make a lot of sense. Jesus, dad joke. I don't know. I'm terrible with like whenever anyone says, "Oh, think of a joke on the spot," I'm like, I don't know. Most of the stuff I say is just chatting shite. Another word for synonym. Oh God. Continues to leave out to me. Well, yeah, he's only a 20-year-old. God, FM. Can I have? There we go. Yeah, it's a shame he lost that bit of potential, but he is at least a wonder kid, which is nice. Chat. I mean, that's every stream, Tommy. You have any idea how little that narrows it down? Think if I do it for it? Well, yeah. Oh, well, hello. Free money. Developing concerns. My friend. That's a really low value. I would adore the idea of you leaving. What about we talk to an intermediary? Yeah, no, not for those prices. Hello, are you joking? That's wild. I'd love to see you go, but not for that price. Let's see. Right. Oh, there's more. Okay. Where the hell? God, this screen, I tell you what, chat. I know I complain about this screen, but this right here might be the worst use of screen real estate in the whole of this game. Isn't it great that I can see this whiteboard? It would be much better if I could see all the clickable options. Passing tempo. Ah, yeah, that almost sounds like something I would have said, which is concerning because it's worked. But hey, it can. I mean, it's a 3D model office. We've got to give them the credit for that. Ooh, it's Atlantic. Where the hell is the bloody I will just sell you? Atmosphere. Hot prospect. Ah, there we go. So for the good of your career. Not going anywhere. Wait. Oh, I see. There we go. Got there. What do you mean? Okay, then. Well, I would have given the same advice anyway. Let's just pretend it was me then, shall we?
Morning, everybody. Just about. Is he winning yet?
Well, we did, Johnny. We did do it. We did a win. It was against Malmo, but it were a win and whatnot. Johnny, though, thank you very much for the 25 months. We did that. We did that. We did that. Sick. But I was just typing in my own chat. Right. Yeah, lads, you're going to have to pay more than that. Or although are they? You're paying the most up front, and you give us the highest percentage of next sale. We'll accept it, but I'm not super asked. I think I want to get his wages off the bill. That's the real quiz. Plus, if we get some money from the sale, that would help us later down the line when he inevitably moves to PSG and then ruins all our dreams. Here we go, hammering. It's interesting as well, right? That the players... Is this the same song back to back? Oh, no, it is not. 8 million. Maybe. But the problem is he's just not going to play for us. Maybe it is a bad idea, actually. It feels like he's worth very little at the moment. No, you're right. I'm going to cancel that. I reckon we can get more. Yeah, we did pay 8 million. That's the problem. Yeah, the fact they've actually got this guy. They actually spent money on him, if I recall. Yeah, 1.5 million for Gediminas Pankratievas. Do this again in the summer. You're probably right. I think we can get more money for him in the summer. Or in January or anything, right? But yeah, it's noteworthy that actually, we were able to get Ferreira out to Hamren, despite him being one of their best players, or literally, and maybe he's grown in CA since then, perhaps. But usually, you can't even get them to penetrate this set of players, essentially. Hayden, thank you for the follow. And
my favourite part about the Monaco Grand Prix was Charles singing the Italian anthem with more conviction than the Monegasque.
I'm just a huge fan of the way that Nana just said Monegasque. Chat, do you have a Monegasque? It could be. That, and I don't know if he was considered a wonder kid before. To my knowledge, he wasn't considered by the game to be a wonder kid, and that suggests to me that he's got the CA improvements that we've been seeing. And to be fair, 10 straight appearances for Hamren, 4 goals out of 5 in the league. He's scored in the Champions League. Sorry, yeah, no, it was the Champions League, wasn't it? He is... I think he could develop into an absolute gem over the next 2 years at Hamren, because he's going to start every game that he's fit for, right? If he doesn't get a major injury, it's going to be delightful. Right. Oh, actually, what we were going to check is whether that's given our reports back. Let's see. We should be able to tell really quickly, because we'll just filter it by quality. And... Hang on. Sorry, what? I mean, firstly, yes, it did. That's not my question, though. I don't think I've seen that. He's 22, but he has literal 5-star potential. Like, no bush beating, just straight up 5-star potential. I don't think I've ever seen, just on a younger player anyway, that's not already there. Sometimes you get 5-star when it's all about the CA. That's what I kind of call no, because I refer to 6-star potential when they've got the little extra half-star in the 5. 130 PA. I mean, you're probably not wrong, but like, actually, I think he might already be close to that now. I mean, great. If he's the kind of guy that we can keep out on loan, then by all means. Because he's been there a while now, 5 years, 82 appearances. He's developing nicely. Yeah, to me, that's like 7-star potential. Obscure multis, towns and cities. No idea, Dan. You're just like, oh yeah, so we're thinking of heading down to Medina, do a bit of Dingley, down to the Grotto, head to St. Paul's Bay. I assume we are, yeah. It's worth 40 million. He is. And also, there was a question, it's not a question, sorry, a report, we aren't apparently. There was a comment on the VOD, and I think this was an interesting point, about how the values often are tied directly to PA sometimes with certain players. And with some of these young guys that we come in, and we're like, do they look that good? And they've got insanely high value. That might be an indicator that actually there could be something really good there. I'm trying to think of a good example of that. Let me just sort everybody by value, and then we can see if we can find one that maybe we're like, that might actually be better than we think. Let me just unhide everybody. Let's use the highest value players at the club that maybe aren't here, other than Torres and Roy. Someone that's maybe slightly out of left field, perhaps. Like Kurtesh? No. This guy here. Guys like this. Aminu Abubakar. Like, I think he's an alright player. 13 to 15 million? The rep. Yeah, that makes more sense. Either way, I would very much like to get lots of money for him. So, bear in mind, I was talking about PA rather than CA. but that is intriguing. It's just because I keep seeing these random guys that will join us, and some of them, there's even less explanation for it, I think. Let me see if I can find another one. Staver makes a little bit of sense. God, we've got a lot of players that are worth actual money now. So delightful to see. Even guys that are on, like... It does drop off fairly fast. God, the fact that Miggy Torres is in the top 10 players in value. How do I get players for a loan farm? You sign them. Hang on. I'm not sure entirely what the question... Is the question, how do you get players... As in, how do you... Yeah, I'm not sure I understand the question. Like, if you mean, like, how do I acquire them, you just sign them. But if it's to do with actually building the loan farm itself, that's a little bit more complicated. But I'm happy to take questions on that as well. Yeah, world rep check would be... Actually, yeah, we just add, like, a world rep thing in here, don't we? That'll be in general. See if we've got any really high value players that have got really low world rep. Although that's not really going to help, is it? Let's just do it that way around, actually. To build the loan farm. Now comes the league want them. Oh, they want them. Okay, interesting. So basically, you just have to start loaning them players, basically. It's if you do exclamation mark loan farm, we do have a little cheat sheet. A cheat sheet? A cheat sheet that will sort of help you, helps you give, like, the basics of what we do, essentially. Shit, well, the counterparts, if they're not willing to join them, it's probably because the clubs aren't good enough, unfortunately. Essentially. The fact is, if you find yourself in a position where not a single player will go to any of the clubs in your league, the simple answer is that the players you're trying to loan out are too good for the clubs you're trying to loan them to. You have to make sure you start as soon as possible, because otherwise they cannot catch up, and you then have to go into this horrible cycle of, like, freebies and pain, basically. So the highest rep guys are these guys. Let me just see if there's really high... Oh, wait, I've put this all back on again, haven't I? Trying to see if there's anyone that really stands out as having really high value but low rep. Torres actually doesn't have very high value. Sorry, it doesn't have very high rep. Neither does Derek. He's only got 1-star world rep. But he's worth 20 million quid. Freebies and pains, heart of my sex tape. Damn right. Anyway, to save it. Hang on, save what? Oh, with that, you have to basically try to buy players and try to get them to go on free. It's not easy, though. I'd suggest starting with the free Brazilians if you can. Chachi, I'm just Jamie Vardy in disguise, innit? Pay wage or Sirens, but it's a bit of both. Most of the players are on fairly low wages. So when you look at the loanees, obviously there's a few exceptions. They are mostly quite cheap guys. These guys are obviously the very best of them, so they're on a lot more money. But we are paying maybe £100,000 a week to pay like 150 players. And some of these guys are actually, we are getting some money for them, the other teams, but it kind of varies. I tend not to negotiate them just because there's like 150 loans to extend each year. And if I sat and like individually went through each one, it'd be a bit of a pain in the arse. Yeah, lots of really, really shit players that you start building it up to. It's a long process, basically. We really were, I say we were this close to accidentally going over the limit ourselves and being unable to like dig ourselves out of it. Right, that's interesting that they've come back in. Oh, that was a lot of... Oh, of course it's AFCON. Right, who are we losing? Kadri. Kamga. Okay. Can do without. We've got Pebbles. We've got other defenders. No biggie. Quasi... Not amazing to lose him, but we can make do. Quasi's the one that I'm really worried about there. Henry's okay to lose. He's a second choice striker. It sucks for Hammer to lose El Kamaji. Fafana is annoying to lose him as well, actually, because he'd have probably come in at backup. The rest I'm okay with. Well, hang on. Aren't you like 18? To be fair, he does have 18. He's another one that's got really high value too, but I guess it's because he's playing for Togo, right? 34. Yeah, that's quite a lot, isn't it? Luckily, most of them don't actually play for us. They're all on loan. Double my squad. No, our squad is 328 players. So I would say 90% of the guys that are there are actually playing for us. They're all loanees. How many players are actually in the squad right now? It might be... It should be around the 320 mark, right? One sec. Sometimes the game lags out here. Young striker came up very well, to the point where I'm actually considering starting him. I might have to scroll to the bottom here. It might be 328. If it is actually 328 on the dot, I'm a genius. 322. My apologies. There we go. Get those turned off again. There we go. Yeah, some of those are going to be quite annoying, but I also don't want to get reports on individual players. 6 away from... Oh, imagine if it had been spot on. That would have just come out of nowhere. Yeah, losing El Kamaji is not ideal for hammering. Yeah, it's a big Nieves surprise, because he's Polish. He's not got a caps yet. You liar. I've deceived you, chat. You have been bamboozled. Hate to say it. But yeah, as for the new striker, I like him. He's performed well off the bench in the Champions League. Just I'll get some more God Bless Williamses. It'll be fine. You'll never know the difference. I'll just go be right back and hit you with that time dilation. Right. Okay. We're definitely going to start Reynoso here because I'm just enjoying him. Yeah, our values are definitely in the right ballpark again now. I'm feeling a lot more comfortable with... they're basically about where they should be, I would say. I'm still not going to start Ivanovic. Honestly, he's an absolute wet wipe. I think I'd rather start Vieira. If only I could find him. There he is. Oh, he's injured. Or whatever. I'll start any of the number of other centre-backs we've got. Anything to get them back? Hang on, have I missed something here? Oh, hang on. Somewhere third string DM on 70k with 40 million. Sign a 5-star. Damn, that's decent. Hang on. Get them. Very much. So what was the question related to, Jack? Sorry, my own brain has probably forgotten what I said 10 seconds ago, so I do apologise for that. Oh, the values, yes. Basically, it was just simply the passage of time. There was a passage of time combined with getting bid up every single window, but I suspect that most of it was to do with the passage of time and us improving our reputation overall. And so it's like the game sort of caught up to where our original values were supposed to be, and it sort of reached a parity point again. Now, it could mean that it could swing on wildly around there as well, and we just don't know yet. I think buying players from South America are a bit strong. It's a single-player game, isn't it? Like, real clubs buy players from South America. So the fact is, players from South America, statistically, are probably going to be slightly better than players from, say, Sub-Saharan Africa. Generally speaking, on like an average, using the bell curve of quality levels, right? Aren't bringing any players. Sometimes, Tyson, this is going to sound strange, literally delete them all and restart them all from scratch. We tried that once because we were noticing that we were getting into a weird position where we weren't getting any players through it either. We then restarted them all from scratch by creating new ones, and all of a sudden players again. Also, 123 players on international duty. You love to see it. Yeah, it seems like, wow, only... Oh, Kamga's hurt. Then again... Now, I'm not saying that it might keep him out of AFCON, but only just. But if it was to keep him out of AFCON, but only just, I wouldn't be... You know. Oh, yeah, I think, Hadrian, in the past we've seen it go to over 128, I believe. Because I think we must have had that many players out on loan on international duty last save, surely, right? Other people think about what they're doing with him. Hey, yeah, no, but that... It's, you know, people are just making chat, I think. But, like, yeah, this is why I always say it's a single-player game, play it how you like. Literally, because unless you're literally making content on it and trying to claim a thing as, like, an achievement specifically, who cares, right? It's great. Maybe that you're doing it. Yeah, so that suggests to me that you've got the... Also, Reynoso did not play well in that game. There's I think it's in staff responsibility scouting. You might have set it to have someone else assigning scouts. Because I believe if you do that, they will set their own recruitment focuses. I could be wrong, but I believe that's what it does. H. Bazza, thank you for the follow.
In winter, it can get very...
Already with a loss. Yeah. We lost randomly very early on. Also, how's it going, Blue Banana? Yeah, you don't want them creating recruitment focuses, especially just because they slow the game. Oh, shit! Isn't that the second season in a row? Yep. Fucking hell. Literally, almost a year apart to the day, he's picked up the same injury. It was the 12th of November last year that he got a hip injury. This year it's the 6th of November. Does he just want to spend Christmas back home in Cameroon with his family or something and he keeps skiving off? I wonder if this could be the end of Pierre Camgra and Lend in the summer. Try and cash in while we can, because clearly there is some kind of recurring problem here. Where's the medical report? I swear there's a medical report you can look up for individual players, or does it not exist anymore? Ah, here we go, medical report. He's just desperate not to go. Same hip. Well, yeah, same hip. No indication that will cause any problems in the future. Liar! You've lied to me. Yeah. I don't know if you can even have recurring hip injuries, but he's got one. He's got Theo Baker hips. Yeah, that's not great, is it? But this is why we have Pebbles. For this exact reason is the reason Pebbles is in. Just right enough side. Well, you know what I mean. Like, it clearly can, like, indicate the side of the hip, I suspect. He's done for. I think he might be potentially a summer sale. Because he's got another 2 years. He'll have another 2 years left on his deal in the summer. He's a world-class midfielder, but if he can't not get hips... Like, the hips don't lie, chat. And I think his career might have PK'd. So, yeah. No, give an injection, as if we do that. Like, get through the game against Zabar. Replace him in the long run. That's kind of what we do already. Like, we were actually kind of happy with what we got. Bear in mind, we brought Pebbles to replace him. So we actually already have his replacement, luckily, because he got the injury last year as well. So we already have his replacement in the squad, thankfully. Poetic brilliance. Thank you. See, someone appreciates my lyrical genius, chat. I'm a rhyme master. Okay. Oh, Kevin Martinez from Pachuca. You had me at Pachuca. Particularly at that price. I'd Pachuca some money at him. Let's have a gander. Known to hips for better hips. That's true. He's got a hip injury. Tomasz Ruzicka. Oh, okay. Want to find out more about him. The Rhinoceros, yes. Is Michel Lebrun a face in the game? That feels familiar to me. Like, too familiar. Eerie, almost. Like I'm a lake. Sorry, I'm going to stop now. Oh, kicking up a stink. I don't think I've ever had a player kick up a stink about taking an injection, but it might just be because I rarely ever do injections for players. I think the only time I'd ever go with the injections for players with injuries is when there's a Champions League final on the cards. We did do that once, I think, with Emmett Doran. Maybe it's an F24 thing. I don't think I've given a player an injection on F24 yet at all. Tomasz Ruzicka written differently? Yeah. It's Tomasz Ruzicka, but in a different font. Pereira on target. Good again. He's just going to be a green arrow merchant, isn't he? Kylian Mbappe's got himself another coach course. Oh, dear. Oh, that's fine. It's 12 grand a week. I feel like he's a guy we cash in at some point. I reckon he might be maxed. And if we can get 20 million for him at some point, it'd be delightful. That was a song request that's gone through. That's a song request that's gone through. I think we might be getting a lot of Shakira coming up, and I'm fine with it. We'll get him a Balkan hip. No Balkan hips for you. Bruno. Yes, you're right. It was the goalkeeper. The French got... Hello? Isak Eriksson. He has worrying attributes. I know he's only 16, but I have the feeling he might be FM good. I suspect this is a lot. I'm going to scout him again, but there's also some issues here that I'm not a big fan of either. Hello, Rocky. It's going... I say it's going good. It's a little bit of column A, a little of column B, in that... Oh, speak... As if Ape Japes come up then. The game is quite literally taunting me. A lot of players they've got on their hands there. It's a shame that they can't give us another Camgra and Lend. So we did win our first game. Oh, that's a shame. But also then have a player out for 6 months. For the second time in 2 years. And it's the same injury 6 days apart from when he got it last year. Except last time it was international duty. This time it was against Sweet United, which somehow feels even worse because it was my fault for playing him in the first place. Right. And Padilla's still out. Yeah, that's a good point. I hadn't even... God, Padilla is still out. He got injured in March. I'll be amazed if he plays for us, like, consistently before Christmas. He's sort of bringing back for the second Champions League matches after Christmas type of guy, I think. I do want to quickly check on the scouting because we've had enough team reports come through today that I want to make sure we stay on top of them, just in case there's what. Oh, of course, we've got Hammering in there, haven't we? Here we go. We're heading off. I've also noticed if I keep a player on my shortlist from here. Oh no, it's just because Domjale are our affiliate side. Bought in Pebbles. Maybe. We'll have to find a new cam gun. We just can't afford to. How's Paris produced by... Wait, did it say that Paris was produced? Oh, yeah? I guess it's because he was here for a long enough period of time that it counts as dual development. Hang on, I'll show you what I mean. So he's actually appearing as both... That might mean that he qualifies for certain homegrown rights, but not others. I can't remember if he is homegrown or not. I don't think he is, you know. Or this screw might be glitching out.
Cooper, do
oh,
not
I'm happiness.
hate
That would
me.
explain it.
I am familiar with over 600 dance moves, and I am programmed.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's
to
going on
get
with him.
freaky.
Club trained at. He was never trained at a club, apparently. Not sure I understand that, personally. Mozgang, thank you very much for the follow. 11 more days to go. Oh, I see. Right, okay, that's interesting. Either way, I think we get some kind of benefit from that. Apart from all the players getting injured, which is less of a thing. Yeah, the streets will never forget because he was made on the streets. Vagabond. I'd love cool media descriptions like that. This is going to be bloody Juan Martinez again, isn't it? Oh, no, of course not. No, there's Martinez. Any other players who missed out on this list? Okay, so far so good. Dan Strong's in there as well, which is great. Wait, there's a Sirens... Hang on, chat. There's a Sirens player on the list. There is a Sirens player on this list. The question is, who? Oh, it literally says Palacio. Damn it. I was hoping it wouldn't show you, but it's Palacio. Yep, 46th. That's actually not surprising, which I suppose in the case he must be our best player. I think the game just has him at the moment because he's the only player that's like 5-star for us. But totally understand that Guerrero is it, because he might be, if you haven't seen Guerrero in this save yet, peel your eyes over. This guy I'm about to show you is literally probably the best footballer I've ever seen in Football Manager. The amount of blue attributes, which is above 15, so 16 and more, you're about to see. It's not fair. He feels like he has 250 PA. Yeah, I think Bedini's got his spread weirdly. He's just so good. He can do it all. It literally does such, yeah. It's silly. 4 jumping reaches. Matt Ritchie would do it. I reckon Paul Dummett would pocket him. That's true, yeah. Bedini. Yeah, who is this Martins guy? How are we supposed to win a Champions League? Like, how exactly are we supposed to win a Champions League one of these days? When these sort of players exist and we don't have them because we couldn't possibly sign them. That's wild. And Bedini obviously is also insane. I mean, literally the best player in the save. Like, jeez, yeah, we're just going to wait for them to... The thing is, they'll be replaced by more. Despite having him... they may have done. That might have explained why they did so well in the Champions League for a bit. So Guerrero was at Sporting from 25 to 32. Martins was there from 24 to 32. They sold them both in the same summer. Yeah, we somehow ended up on a tangent, Slugs, with the whole Shakira stuff. I can't even remember why. Oh, there was a hip injury for the second year in a row. And Chat and I are very unimaginative. Yeah, so it was this summer here. Wait. No, it wasn't. It was this summer here. They only got... That's crazy. They only got under 80 million for them. Meanwhile, the following year, they also sold Dan Strong to Chelsea. How much money does Sporting have in the bank right now? 90 million. What are you doing with it, Ruben? Hot dog. To be fair, we've picked up a couple of guys from Sporting as well. Yeah, Kamga's hips are very much lying right now. I'm not sure he's even injured. Right, how long have we got? Oh, I probably should put a friendly or two in here. Well, we've already tried some of the Sporting guys, and I feel like we've just got some duds. Because we've already sold that Laughing guy to... Oh, and no, wait. Is my favourite team available to play a friendly against? Excitement over. One day I'm going to build an affiliate agreement with them just so I can constantly play. I just love playing against pirate noises. But for now, Einstein will have to do. Yeah, Laffin was a dud, but we did still make a profit on him. Not only with the original deal to Juve, but the clause that they've got on him here. In fact, I believe I can call it in now if I wanted to. So yeah, Juve will pay me, albeit only £400,000 to add to it, but they'll also owe us another 500 grand, which they probably won't pay. That one's also unlikely to pay as well. I've just realised a lot of this money is actually tied up in clauses that he's never going to meet. I think, yeah, if Dingley ever get promoted and then we therefore lose our affiliate agreement, we've got to find one with pirate noises. Oh, Grinelli. Yeah, Grinelli's also insane. Oh, that's another man. Wait, that's another Real Madrid guy. Grinelli's a striker, isn't he? He scored against us in the chat. Bloody hell. Real Madrid. Go to your room. This is not fair. I feel like they've got 3 guys that would be the best player in the world on my last save. All of them. Grinelli, yeah, he does a bit. He's just... God damn it, man. Back to normal. We don't have a set date on when that happens, Mikey. It just sort of happens and varies. To report on Real Madrid. To be fair, the last time we did that, we did get that Lesotho goalkeeper, who is now on loan, or he was at Slima. No, he is, isn't he? How have Real Madrid not won every Champions League in this save? Bear in mind as well, when we got to the final, Man United beat Real Madrid to get there. Chelsea's strong suitors for Padilla. Hey, I've kept him away. How have you done this? He's not for sale, obviously. Yeah, Man City, I guess also it's wild. Lots of people unhappy about loans, but that's fine. We'll address that at another time. Chaos reporting on Reynoso again. It really makes me happy when we just see constant good stuff chatted about a player by one of our coaches over and over again. I want to get his final third to like 15, then whack him on shooting. Values fixed. I don't know. They're better. They're much more manageable, I would say. So I would say they're getting close to being fixed. Yeah, it's only taken a little while. Wait. Daniel Quabena got a cap for Ghana. Ghana must be really desperate at right back because he is not that good. Thank God I didn't put a cap clause on him. I will though congratulate him though. Hello JCM, I'm fantastic, my friend. How are you? Feeling a little bit better now that I've been streaming for a little bit. Work the rust off. Play out the hangover. Is Esposito? Yeah, as in Sebastiano Esposito. It could be one of those like preliminary... Oh God. Oh Jesus. That's really not great. Markovic... losing Markovic there is not great because he's the backup to Padilla, not Padilla, to Pebbles. And Lahovi... Why is it our midfield? Even when we sign loads of backups, they're just like, injure them all. Now, I think we'll be okay. We've got time. Should have had that friendly. Well, it certainly seems like it, yeah. But it's one of those things where you sort of can't win either way because, like, if we don't play the friendly, they lose the match sharpness and Juzanovic in the Champions League team. Oh yeah, for sure, he'll have to. Kronstadt's injured as well. Good. Just what we needed. Get Andy Mikulev in. Silva. Oh, you're a squad player, aren't you? Go out on loan. I'd be fine with that, honestly, bud. I'd actually be okay with that. I'd rather he didn't, but if he wants to go out on loan, because he's got a slightly higher squad status than perhaps he should do. I probably should have tried to put it down, actually, before we did that. Any new ones? No. What was it? Oh, it's the Mitchell Rubble. Andre Holub. Used to know a guy with that surname. I do like seeing a random, what I presume... Actually, I'm going to say Moldovan, but he's not, is he? No, he's Romanian. I mean, he is Moldovan, but he's also Romanian. It means pigeon. That's amazing. I never knew that. Yeah, Jamal Musiala, he must be getting on a little bit these days. £1 million a week. He's done okay for himself, really, hasn't he? £1 million a week, and it's not even close to being the highest paid player in this save. I've seen players in this save on $3 million a week. What's the highest wage you've seen in F24 chat since all the Saudi clubs have now got moon money? Because I think the most I've seen is 3 million. I think it was 3.1 on a guy. In 16 weeks, he earns his transfer fee. That's crazy. A lot of caps, though. A lot of caps. Jesus Christ. 8 million a week. That's insane. I wouldn't even have thought that possible. 104 million. So that's like, what, 2 mil a week? Still a lot. Oh, I was about to look in the Nolans and just trying to see if I can find Kevin. At Arsenal, that's actually surprising. English clubs I find are actually not the highest on the wages. I find that Spain, like, it's usually weird teams. Like Villarreal will have a guy on 700 grand a week sometimes. Malta's doing pretty well, honestly. Hamrin are no longer above us in the Champions League group because they lost and we won, but they're doing good. Sweetie are... How are Sweetie doing? I don't think we even checked the group stage after that, did we? I can't remember what they're... They've won 2, lost 2 in the Europa League so far. I think they're on track to do okay, but they are going to have to pick up a couple more wins. And in the Conference League, they're both sort of down here. So they could do with... They both need another win each to qualify. Coefficient for Malta currently is a whopping 8.7. We're actually still top of the overalls right now. England will get us next match day, but we are getting there. Yeah, Real Sociedad, Villarreal, and Athletic Club had some absolutely wild salaries. They have not... You're right. I think there is something in the game that sort of stops them from spending that much money on... They never spend huge money on transfers, I find. You can get the occasional big transfer, but they're nowhere near as... They're all about the wages. Miodrag Simic. Wait. Yeah, you're right. He was definitely one of the French guys from the start, right? Trabzonspor. Yep, that's him. He's turned into a really solid player. He's actually Maltese. Oh, no, he's not Maltese. What am I talking about? Danny, with the 23 months. How the devil are you, friend? He's a... We sold him for 200 grand to what I believe is the 3rd tier? Well, that might be the 2nd tier, because I think that might be the 3rd tier. No, that's not, is it? That's the 3rd tier there. So, yeah, he went to a 3rd tier. He went to Bucaspor. Got them promoted, I think. Then on a free transfer to Trabzonspor. I mean, 10 goals. No caps for either nation, but 36 grand a week. Man is doing just fine. 820. That's insanity. Where did they get that money from? Mr. Holdford, who, of course, I've still not forgiven for scoring that goal against us in the Champions League. To his 30. I see. That sort of makes sense, but, you know... I suppose it's no different to League One being 3rd tier in England, is it really? So there's Micah City. Is he playing that much these days? I feel like I haven't seen him so often in the Champions League. So he's only got 1 league. Yeah, he's sort of faded out of the team. Started a lot of games here, but lately has been anywhere near as present as he was prior. Poor Mike. One day maybe he'll be passing through Sirens as well. I think it's unlikely. I suspect that there's always going to be a club available for a player like Mike. Another injury. You hate to see it. So it's Zabar, and then we rest for Bayern. Bayern away is going to be tough. It will depend heavily on which Bayern turns up. Obviously. And also which Sirens turn up, given that we're missing 33 players for international duty, plus God knows who's injured. I have to be very careful how we line up the game for Zabar. Who just got a cap? Pedraza got a Colombia cap. Okay, that's worrying. How much money does that put you on, bud? Oh, it's fine. Barely anything. When do you get your team reports through? How can you not check a report? Yeah, I just check it from the other screen. So if a report comes through, I just right click it, put it like that, and then every week or so I just check the scouted screen with the new view that we're using on the search thingy. And then it shows all the players from the team reports over the last month in here. So we can just put them in bulk and it just makes it a little bit easier for us to look through. 33 players are at AFCON, yeah. Down from 128 during the actual international window. So we're losing 33 to AFCON, but most of them aren't actually starters for us. Most of them are loanees. Which is fine. Although it doesn't help the other Maltese sides, of course. But we like to believe that other teams would suffer more, but I suspect that it will cost us quite a bit. Slavia Prague. I think we played against Slavia a season or 2 ago, did we not? We definitely bought that guy. Was it Kuchta off of Slavia? So, Europe-wise, they are in the Champions League this year. In fact, no, they aren't. That was last year. No, that is this year. Yeah, we played them this season, in fact. We beat them 4-2. They were surprisingly okay. I mean, they got a win against Barca, if that helps. That they've beaten Barca in the Champions League. Like, got draw with Lyon, win against Malmo. They're regularly sort of latter state. Well, when they don't get in the Champions League, they certainly usually do okay in the Europa League. I don't think have they won anything in the save other than the league, presumably loads. No, nothing on the European level yet, but I have seen Slavia win a few conference leagues in the past. Malta, well, yeah, we're nearly there. We're off the coast of it. We're probably closer to Africa than some actual African countries are to the continent, right? Malta's not that far off the coast of Libya, right? Clubs in the group stage. I don't believe so. there's a Northern Irish side in the Conference League. But no Republic teams, I don't think. No, Linfield are in the Conference League. Oh, no, tell like Shamrock Rovers. Popping off. Shamrock, oh, well, I say popping off and losing, except for a draw against Dinamo Batumi. So yeah, Shamrock are in the group stages of the Europa League. They tend to do that a lot, though. I mean, Shamrock even gave us a run for money in a tie once, which is wild. Right. Simcoe. This guy here. Oh, Diamond okay, fair enough. Solid player, but he's never the sort of guy that we'd potentially want to sign. But he seems to be probably... Who's he wanted by, actually? Man's about to get paid. He's the kind of guy that... Oh, yeah, no, I wouldn't want to sign a 29-year-old unless they are, like, literally 4-star, 5-star for us. Europa League, Champions League. Yeah, they go straight in as technically a pot 1 team. Not that that matters as much these days as it used to when it comes to the seedings and stuff. But, yeah, you get automatic group stage qualification. It's how Atalanta are going to be in the Champions League next year for Italy. Or is it? Or did they get the qualification from the league technically because of the extension from the second place that they got, and therefore the spot that they were going to get is actually going to be pushed further down? Either way, Conference League finals on Wednesday, isn't it? Yeah, they're popping off the back end of the table, it would seem. Yeah, very much so. Vitaly, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate that. I hope you're having a fantastic day. A lot of injuries lately. If you lads could just get a few less of them, that'd be delightful. You said when it takes precedent over league. Yeah. But presumably Bayern are going to... Oh, sorry. Dortmund surely are in the Champions League spot in Germany, are they not? Are they actually not? Hang on, wait. You see a winner takes precedence over league, but none of the Italian clubs are in the Champions League final. Back-to-back for Fiorentina. That's cool, actually. I just want to see how many teams they can get in Europe. Hayden Para, thank you for the follow. Is this more of the... Yeah, it is. Fredrickson turns professional. Right, so who are you? Oh, it's Trigby. All right. We'll get him on the dev list prepped for when January comes around and we can sort that out. Oh, an injury there. Just move down. Oh, I see. Either way, Italy can still have 10 teams in Europe next season, though, can't they? Or something. Rest of the squad for the day or two. Well, these guys are getting injured on international duty, so me resting the squad isn't going to have any effect on that. Look, resting the players isn't going to stop them. Well, it is going to stop them getting injured, but at the end of the day, they have to train at some point, so we can't just not train the players in hope that they don't ever get injured, because they will just lose so much match sharpness. I had to finish 5th that way. Oh, right, is that... right, okay, I forgot that there were still permutations based on the league themselves. Because England's finished, my Anglo-centric thing just assumed that all the other leagues had wrapped it up at the same time as well. But I was wrong. Right. I definitely need to clean up that shortlist after stream. But I also need to set up the sim for the video I'm recording tomorrow, which is the Retro Agent video. Oh my god, the players I'm using. Right, that Barbadian dude. Oh, it's another... Palace have a lot of Barbadians. I love it. It feels like every single intake, there's like a Barbadian guy at Palace. Their entire national team is just going to be Palace intake graduates. Wow, there's a lot of free Brazilians in there that look kind of tasty. Potential. Still one more game to play. Oh, no way, Jesus. That's quite late. Hello, Marius. Friendly every day, no train. Well, maybe. Right, well, most of these guys are just... Oh, that's the other goalkeeper that we can no longer afford. He would have been really good, but we've got this guy. This is the goalkeeper that's joining us in January, and I really like him. Josito, thank you for the follow. Hopefully I've said that correctly. Or Josito. He's nice. I think he's going to be tasty. And for 13 million quid, just good, isn't it, really? So we take him. We've already got him, that's what I'm talking about. Ooh, Oscar Torres. Yeah, you're already on the shortlist, and there's a reason for that, but I think the price was a little bit better than, like... I feel like at some point we're going to have to sign that dude. Because he is still looking very good. Mark Vaughan, he's a standard face in the game. We kind of don't want on the shortlist anymore, honestly. You're not that great. Wait, I've got to sort it by the right thing. Facilities at 2020. Basically, your facilities have nothing to do with your youth intakes. So you could have the best facilities in the world, but it would still give you bad youth intakes because the facilities play almost no part, as far as I'm aware. I think the only thing the youth facilities will affect is the CA of youth players. So you're still going to potentially get bad youth intakes. You'll just have a slightly smaller gap between CA and PA. course, he could be a loan farmer. The Hungarian guy from Feyenoord is so expensive though. Like, I don't know how much he was, but I think he was like 6 million quid, and to me that's way too much for a random loan farmer, unless they've like got a bit about them, obviously. Like Bossio, I'm still not convinced by. So yes, junior coaching facilities themselves ready for development. Okay, there you go. Yeah, so facilities are irrelevant then. I always forgot what that one was. Oh, different one down the list. Oh, Benkovsky. Sorry, I thought you meant the Hungarian dude at Feyenoord. It could be, but he won't actually discuss terms with us, don't think, yet. Oscar Torres would be quite a good loan farmer, potentially. He's a Metzala as well.
I quit.
He feels like
my
perhaps a bit of loan farmery in there as well. Ali J. Star, thank you for the follow. Yeah, bear in mind, we are pretty much guaranteed to get the best youth intake in Malta every single year. Or at least the best player available. And we get shit all because Malta's youth rating is so bad. Like, unless your youth level is any good. You want to have the best youth recruitment, obviously. If you get your youth recruitment to 20 and you rep as high as possible, you will at least get the best players you can, but there's a limit on it. Really bad at judging. True. It certainly seems like it. Let's have a little gander here. It would be interesting, actually, to sort of do a bit of a study on that. Like, go through some youth intakes with a reasonably good side, and then look at the CA and PA of the players in RTE each time, and then see how close they match up to like the star ratings when that initial intake report comes through. Because I have noticed a lot of lies in our reports, both directions. Jamie Smith, thank you very much for the prime. That's really, really kind of you, friend. Hope you're having a fabulous day. Welcome aboard. Let's see what they want. Cheap wage. I agree, Kima. So that's why I feel like if he's under 500,000, I'm okay with it. If he's like 800, I'd probably say no. That for me is actually okay. I know it's 700, but he's never getting 50 league games for us. He might get 10 international caps, probably not. I'd be willing to do for 500,000 on him, but that was probably my limit. You're really good, but super expensive. I've looked at for ages. I really do like him, but I'm worried that he's not the best man for the job in terms of the role that we use. Actually, I'll tell you what, it's that off the ball. A 2-star intake, 150. Good God. I think that's why you've just got to keep them in it. Recruitment, affiliates, team report, rep changes, PA. So youth facility, I was under the impression that youth facilities only affected the development. He's a good DLP, but we don't use DLPs. But as an AP, he's not horrendous. I wouldn't play him as a born midfielder just because he's not got amazing tackling, and his work rate and stamina are just not there for the way we use this role. I don't hate him, though. I still don't hate him. Good aggression, good... Actually, yeah, aggression and bravery are quite decent. I like him. Easy worth 7 million. That's a release clause, isn't it? Is it like a timed release clause by any chance? It is. I reckon at 18 he'd be cheaper after the release clause expires. Because he's still only going to be like 19. Yes, you miss out on the... It depends on how much money we're able to wrap up. I think he's one of those ones we wait on. Same with people like Juarez. Good potential though. Well, that's the thing. I think we wait and see if any more money comes our direction, because he is intriguing. He's got really nice temp poles. I don't like the PPM. A lot of cons, but he's very good. And really high CA. Which I guess you'd have to be, right, to have attributes of that level. I think if I was going to go for one of the two right now, he would fit the bill. Because I feel like he's got Lone Farm or the Midtjylland guy. I bet you this guy's nowhere near as expensive as the Midtjylland guy. Play as the Trek. True, he has got good passing. And he's got on both feet. It would be nice to have a sort of quasi backup. Let's see what they want. I think I'd pay 4.5. I think he's worth 4.5. I probably could have even structured that, but I think for 4.5, I think he's very worth it. Even if his potential maybe isn't there, I would have happily paid up to 6 probably. Yeah, that range is absolutely wild, isn't it? Joshy, thank you very much for the 5 months. How's your Tuesday going, my friend? I keep feeling like it's Sunday for some reason. And it's like really messing with my view of the whole week, you know? Still got to be careful on the money we spend just because of we are spending another 20. There's a 23 million pounds that's coming out in January. Plan for the situation after Camera sort of. Well, not just Camga, but also like various other players I want to sort of start moving on, because we've got some guys who developed into players that I feel like are not going to be good enough for us, but will never go on loan. And then we can start shuffling those guys out the door for 10, 15 million as well. Starts to give us a nice little bank balance to work with. Yeah, he could always play in behind the striker as well, but it would be nice to have backup to Quasi, because I feel like we've not really got that guy. I just sort of dump Villarreal in there when I need to. Garcia, he's a central midfielder. Red injury prone, red adaptability. There's just too much on him that I'm not a big fan of, honestly. As much as he's an A- rated player, I feel like there's a lot that would need to go right with him to make it worthwhile. Gauner underneath, though. Ball winner. He's fairly cheap. Resolute. That's why I like having 2 treks as well, because it means we've got that versatility if they can play as like an 8. As like a number 10. 11 tackling. Yeah. You're right. That is immediately like prohibitive, isn't it? Let's have a look at Benkovsky then. Actually, he's quite reasonable. Whether he discussed any terms with us yet, I don't know. Oh, he will. Okay, cool. The Midtjylland guy. I'll show you the Midtjylland guy. He's worth... The thing is, he's an £8 million release clause, though, and that's just a lot of money for us to drop on anyone right now. This guy's a good farmer, yeah. He'll do well in the fields. Right, let's see. I like him, but I just don't know if he's 800 grand... Sorry, 900 grand good. I love it when the like initial money is above the fucking top end of the already obscene range. That might be because it's mid-season. I reckon we go back for him later. We could probably get him for under $500,000 in the summer. The Saint Martin... Great name as well. What's the first name? Oh, it's got even better. Samarhaj San Martin. That's delightful. What a name. Yeah, I was expecting it to be something like Sebastian, you know, or Santi. But no, Samarhaj San Martin, a Mexican. SHSM. Yeah, no second nationality either. Born in, where was he born? In Puerto Rico. He's kind of just fine, but cheap wage. 100%. No, he doesn't own a vineyard, but his parents do. Oh, yes. Benkovsky guy. Oh, did I? Oh, I'll check him back in a second. I'm not super that bothered about him, honestly. Like, I don't know if I really care about paying that kind of cash. Other guys will come along. Oh, see, if Benkovsky was 300 grand, I'd be all over him. That's fine, that's fine. 300 is sorted. It's a collection of... It is. It's a Scrabble board of names, and I'm here for it. Edwin Vasquez. Oh, yeah. Surely. 300k release clause. He has got Beer Kikara written all over him. And he looks like a match engine striker as well. Provided his wage demands... Oh, that's obscene. I just don't know if he's worth 8 grand a week, though. Because that's going to make it harder to loan him. Although I feel like we gain money on this deal no matter what. Also, did that say that the release clause is gone? No, he does have a release clause. But that means they'll let him have it slightly cheaper. Yeah, they will. I think it's probably still worth it, even if it's 250k and we are paying a bit more on wages, because I think the flip value on him is going to be there. Hasn't. Thank you for the follow. Ruben Fels is a guy. Yeah, he looks a bit... These guys down here are a bit more naff. It's a shame, actually. Yeah, if we were paying like 5 million and those wages, he'd have to be really good. But those two, I think, are okay.
You came in summer. In winter,
it varies from club to club, right? It's hard to sort of quantify the quality of a player, like, because a star rating, we really struggle to get anyone beyond 2 stars out, basically. Dexter, thank you for the follow as well. If a player's got like 2.5 stars, they would need some miracle work to get them a loan. I think we've done it once with Zhongdong Suk back to Sweetie, and I think Facundo Pereira was 2.5 stars when he went to Hamrun, but that was when they were in the Champions League. Well, there's 3 of them in there. Right. 2 and 1. 2 stars is still quite on the high end of it, I must say. We still struggle with those guys. Final loan move. Cool. It's not easy, but it is now starting to become more doable because I think they're just catching up with us a little bit. Only certain clubs, I might add. Occasionally, you will get a random team that's way lower down that actually will take them. Like that ridiculous centre-back that we've got out on loan at Marsa, that Icelandic dude who was like 2-star CA, but Marsa were just like, yeah, we'll have him, no biggie. It was weird that he was just willing to go there as well. I wonder if he had like low rep or something. Lucas Juarez, fringe player. He kind of would be, but giving him fringe player also means he's well within the loan window in terms of like him not getting annoyed at us. Although that being said, I don't think I've actually had a player kick off for me trying to loan them out so far. Touch wood. Plenty of time for that still though. Right. 8 years on him too would be delightful. Oh, even better. 8-year contract on Lucas is beautiful. Right, about San Martin. Developing. Bear in mind, the development is not the be-all and end-all of it. At the end of the day, they are probably going to develop slower out on loan than were they to be here. Although, actually, that's probably not true because they're playing football and they weren't going to be playing football here. So the facilities that these other clubs have got are simply not on the level that we've got, but it's the best we can do. Because if they were here, they wouldn't be playing. So they'd be developing and training, but they wouldn't be getting the true kind of development you want, which is matches. Nothing develops a footballer in FM more than just playing games. So, oh shit. Okay, Samir. Sorry, Samar. No, Samar. Got them in the end. I see how it is. I probably will have to actually offer him one of these, but that's fine. I think he's unlikely to get Mexico caps anytime soon anyway. There we go. Lovely. They do start doing it. It's just that at the time being, until they start get squad player, bruv, what? I'm a little wary about it. I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to give him just the normal 3 years and no bollocks. I might even accept the loan back on him, honestly, for the time being. That way he's not bothering us. Because I think we can sell him... Oh, God. What have I clicked? What the hell? Oh, I've clicked the goal itself. JW, thank you for the follow. You're always going to get players like that sometimes. Oh, that was quick. Good to see. Yeah, like, it would be nice if they could have the better facilities. Once they start getting Champions League, they will actually start getting their facilities up slightly, but it will still be a really, really slow debate. Good idea. Yeah.
Send a message to chat. Optional.
But you did it anyway, Liam. Thank you very much for the 16 months. How'd you choose that going? Let's do this. I should keep rejecting him for the time being, right? With a bit of PA, but not going to fly all the way to PA. Hang on, sorry. Still worth sending people out with a bit of PA. No, it's very much... Loans is very important for development of players. If they're not going to play for you, loan them out. The fact is, even if the club you're sending them to doesn't have the facilities that you do, them playing football for that club is going to be worth way more than anything your facilities can offer them. Basically. The only thing that would be better is if you could somehow loan them to a club that has really good facilities as well as loads of playing time. That's the only real basic thing. There isn't a song request command, JCM. It's like a channel point reward thing. I'm great, Liam. How are you, friend? Bank balance was far too high. Yeah, you need a lot of money. I feel like if anyone's going to invest in their facilities at the moment, it's Hamren, because they're the only team that have like 30 million plus in the bank because of the Champions League stuff. Of a price ceiling. It feels like it sometimes, and I believe that's possibly because of the way that it calculates the values based on the reputations and stuff, along with their CA. So maybe they're like max CA as well, and therefore they're not going to improve to a point where it thinks they can gain anymore. James Dean. No way, Sal. We actually have a guy called James Dean, who's Brazilian. We signed him because, obviously we did, because of his name. In my saves, not to help us. Yeah, no, fair, Stu. I simply can't do that as a content creator, but I totally understand why people would have that sort of stuff on in a normal save. Completely get it. Hammer's Club Rep. I think they're at National now. I believe. Going the long way around here. I can never be asked to type. I like to just click around a little bit. Do the Wikipedia game. Yeah, they're National 2.5 star. So as far as Malta goes, I think they are still the second highest rep team. But Sweetie are coming along nicely. And it's not going to be long until they start getting there. There's been some nice rep boops. Rep boops. Yes, definitely. No, he's not a face in the game. It's the game considers James Dean to be a like almost like a kind of nom de plume, if you like, a pen name that you see with Brazilian players. So it counts it almost like their. So you see his name is James Dean Sasaki because the one we've got is also half Japanese. Yeah, and known as. I know that it's called a known as, and I've gone with nom de plume. Teams ranking in the world. Rep ranking, yes. Obviously, ours will be really low. You can do club list and worldwide like this, and then obviously not have it filtered by Hungary. That would sure help. Yeah, rep rating is this one. So you can see that we are... I mean, we're not even There we are. There's us. Same kind of rep level as Crystal Palace, Wolves, and Alaves. And Hertha, Lokomotiv. That's where we're at still, because it takes so long. Hang on, he was worth 5 million quid. Holy Christ, he was. That's mental. We're going to have to start hoovering some of these Brazilian guys up and just selling them straight away at this rate. Even just for the intermediary sales, right? Get a couple of million each, like 2 million. I mean, I don't think I can actually... True. Takes a little while, right? Lowest rep team in Malta. It'll be a Gozerton team, I suspect. Suzo Campos. Yeah, the reason Arsenal's got the strange name because he's got Japanese second nationality, and Brazilian players, as far as I'm aware in the game, are the only players that can have the names from different name pools if they've got a different nationality. So if they're Brazilian Japanese, they will always have a Japanese name in there as well, whereas in other nationalities it doesn't work like that, which is a shame because it's so fun. Right, I was going the long way, wasn't I? Malta, and then major clubs. The lowest rep team in Malta is St. Lawrence of the Gozerton second division, with a team full of Azapardis and also just a really fun collection. Got an Armenian, a Bahraini, a Gabonese dude, Liechtensteiner, a Malagasy Maltese, no less. AI faces. Because I haven't run the Z-Gen thing for a little while, so it's just older players. The older regens will have proper faces, and some of them will still have the game-generated ones because I haven't run it for a while. Rep growth works. Probably not, Stu. No. Because, and I know we joke about this, but sometimes I genuinely think it might be the case because it just doesn't affect you playing as Manchester City for 2 seasons. Stuff like that, those long-term dynamic fixes, I'm just not sure that they're particularly high on the priority list these days because the player base and the needs of that player base are shifting. I'd like to have the opportunity to talk to some SI people about that particular complaint because it's not just from me. I suspect there are a lot of content creators involved, but I always have to believe like we are a niche corner of that field rather than being any important voices. But I feel like it's important to use any kind of influence you do have, right? Historic rep. Yeah, you're right. There just needs to be a second mechanic. Share the save file. Not right now, I won't know. But we put it up at the start and the end of the save. Even on the priority list. I just couldn't tell you, could I? Graphic Dan Art and Manic the Man. Thank you for the follows, guys.
This isn't where I park my car.
Yeah, like a historical rep. And then like a rolling, almost like a reputation coefficient. Do you know what I mean? Like that works in the same way. So it's like a 5-year rolling average. But it's more open to fluctuations. Like a hypermeter. Yes! That's such a better way of describing it. I'm totally on board. Second nationality. Which view? Which view are we talking about? Like on the players page? Because if it's the player page, that's just the skin I'm using that shows the second nationalities on there. More rolling rep, less rep rolling. Damn right. Title of my first album. Yeah, we'll do Ouattara, who's interestingly not at AFCON. And I guess Villarreal? Carvalho's fine, although Pebbles can't play. No, because Pebbles is going to have to play deeper, which means we need someone like Valenzuela in here. We can't play Carvalho because he's going to have to start the next game as well. We'll play Quadros. Gillet needs a droppy. A droppy? He needs a droppy, chap. Just can't find it. Is it the latest version, Mikey? Because you may have to update it. Because I don't believe that was added immediately. We'll bring Richard Curtis in. We'll play Vida as well while we're at it. Nancy, thank you very much for the follow. Cedar Casteras back. Jezanovic can't start. Droppies are the opposite of uppies, and you want to be careful. Very important. I'll get Pyers out the way. We'll do... I'll play Fofana. I'm not sure who we want to start the next game, honestly. We've got so many centre-backs. It's a shame he's annoyed. We'll play Aruna Ani. We may lose this. There is a non-zero chance that we lose this. Rick Rolls, you're missing it's the wrong save. That's MTK days. Number 54. Wow, number 54 was actually available. Cedar Castero will probably just score like... he'll get 2 goals and an assist. That's what he does. I love that he actually scored. It's like this man is incapable of not scoring whenever he's put in the team. He actually did score and got man of the match. Paul Cide Castera is an underrated player in this save. Third choice wingback, dreadful in Europe, but when you need him in the league, he's always there. And now Quadros is... Oh, God. Watch him have a broken ankle now, and now we can't sell him. Twisted ankle. It's fine. It'll heal. He's a good lad. Paul is, yeah. He's got the work ethic. He just hasn't got the ability. He's like a cheerleader. He's the Pepe Reina of this team, except he's actually kind of capable of the league. Because he's right-footed. Oh, is he? That's interesting. Do you reckon he'd flourish even more as the inverted wingback? Because he's like naturally cutting inside rather than bombing to the byline. Download tactics, which worked for around 8 games, and I delegated my training to my assistant manager, and it was near the end of the season, so it didn't matter. I was all of a sudden started losing a lot more and drawing. Going to season 2 now. The fact is, there are going to be fluctuations in the way games and teams perform. What's been the performance levels like? As in, did you deserve to win all of those 8 games? Or was it just like, you did quite well, but there were some games where you were maybe a bit fortunate? And could that apply the same way the other way around, where maybe actually you're just a bit unlucky in some of those games? You will sometimes find that your form can drop from season to season, especially if you're a small side that's growing, because teams will start to adapt, not to the way that you play, but they'll adjust to your reputation. It could be tiring the players out as well. Yeah, I was doing some tests with Beaconsfield on Friday, and we had so few players that I was quite literally playing players who had like 75%, not match sharpness, but like actual fitness, because I had no one else to play, and I was amazed at how few injuries I was getting. I know it's non-league, but it was like the only way that I could even get through the games in the early stages of a non-league season, because it's so congested during those first few months. Excellent mobile services and an excellent youth academy as well if you're checking the FM editor. Season 10, building a nation with I'd actually love to see it. Dominate the league and regularly survive the league phase of the champions. Struggling to strengthen my squad further. Improve my current squad. I suspect that the reason you're not finding players that can improve your squad is probably because you're looking for players that can improve your squad. You kind of, with any building a nation save and building any club up, you kind of have to be looking 5 years into the future. So not looking at, will this guy improve my squad now? Will he in 5 years if I train him right and implement him correctly? Because you probably won't have the huge amount of money. You also won't have the reputation, which means that players that would make your team better are either already at top elite sides, they're too expensive for you, or they won't join you because you don't have the reputation, and that's why you've kind of got to develop them yourself. That's the only way you really can do it. Last minute equalizer your opponent. That's just FM, unfortunately. It really is. That will just happen sometimes. I know I complain a lot about FM sometimes, but like, not every defeat is going to be just down to there being a bug or something. Like, sometimes you just lose. Like we did against Barca in this season. Kuna pub. That sounds counterproductive. Still, got nothing on fleet services. I'm all about the fleet. We get one leave for 3 million. But yeah, but at the end of the day, unless you've not got a contract with the player, they don't get to decide whether they stay or go. I think people sometimes just sell players the moment they get upset about wanting to leave. And at the end of the day, that's everyone's welcome to play however they like. But you don't have to do that. You can keep them. There are ways to keep the players happy. Nevertheless, the low performance at -11. You love to see it. I want double negative digits from you. I want to see -10. FM was hanging there, but we got there in the end. Just their tactics. I think it's just because the processing power that would maybe go into making that happen would be maybe slow the game down too much, because they'd have to do all these weird calculations constantly, perhaps. Nah, I'm all about fleet. I've got a special place in my heart for fleet. Obviously. Haven't been there for a while. Did I go to... It must be New Year, actually. I was on the way back. Now, have you just got a cap for Nigeria? Is this the guy that we were on about that's got the high... Well, now he's got a cap. Oh, he's got 10 caps. Wait. Oh, it's his first goal for Nigeria. That's even nicer. So Oscar Torres is in. Love to see it. Keep someone as a hostage. Pretty much, yeah. Right. I'm going to quickly pee, because I've just been drinking a lot of fluids this morning. And then we'll come back and get Champions League cracking, particularly with Hammer doing bits right there. So I will be back in a moment. Enjoy your whiz quiz. And, yeah. It was, of course, the man himself, Keith O'Halloran, obviously. Only town in England where North Korea have won a game of football. How on earth do you just have that on hand? Any Beppis? Of course. Not crazy. I was like, what a bop this is. Oh. Nice. Ah, that's much better. I normally wait a bit longer to go for the first pee breaker stream, but today it just had to happen. I had to drink a lot of fluids this morning, and now I'm starting to feel a bit more me again. Well, that's gone everywhere. I've got to start doing that normally. I was not aware of that. As usual, ball knowledge failure from me, as per. Where are Anderlecht, actually? Before I press continue, I want to see where they're up to. They've lost. They've... okay. Lost all 3 away games. Did get a draw against Real Madrid. Hammer are going to get walloped here, aren't they? I just... It feels like one of those games. Right, come on. Hammer win by 2 goals. That would be amazing, because if Hammer win that by 2 goals, they're through. That's them done. I just don't see it. Even a point would be great. But I reckon this is going to be 3-1 3-1 Anderlecht, but really even. Like, they both get like between 1.6 and 1.8 XG. Happy or annoyed? I mean, you've got to be happy to be winning, right? I thought that was a European game for a second there. Right, give me the actual game. We take that, because it's a point. And you know what? Honestly, fair. Like, very close. Hammer clearly just didn't hit the target enough. Great performance again from... Well, I mean, made enough saves. They were... Yeah, it was 2-1. That's fine. We take a draw. It's up to 8 points for Hammer, and it's more money for them in Europe. It helps. They only need 1 more point, I would say, and they've still got 1 more winnable game. To reject trials for players whose contracts have expired. Basically, as long as that player is still at the club, they can reject them. It's silly, but they will, and they almost always do, unless it's in the last month of their contract. And it's even worse when they don't have one. It's silly. It's why I don't even bother offering trials to players that aren't free agents anymore. 1 more point, really. Yeah, pretty much. They need 1 more point. Sims Puzzle, thank you very much. Welcome aboard. How's it going? 4-man bench, maybe. Well, Anderlecht... Did Anderlecht just go commando? Yes. Yes, they did. And they made 1 sub. And a guy called Joy. Also, not just Joy. It's a real guy as well. Joy Frattarolio. No, hang on. Frattaruolo. Great name. I mean, what's not to like? And it means Joy's in the... He's in there as a name. It's an annoying one because we can't really search it very easily. Joy Fruit Roll-Up. Yes. Slavia win again. Up the Slavia massive. Barcelona lose again. Bear in mind, Barca have played 2 more games than us and are only a point clear. Hello, you know. So it's more points for Hamren, more importantly. It keeps them 14th. They are now 4 points clear, but have played 2 more games than some teams as well. Yeah, PSG are struggling like crazy. That's good news. That's about all we could really ask for from that. It's interesting that Dobronoki, that youngster, is actually playing really well for Final, which means that he becomes ever more unaffordable every time he plays. But it's more points for Hamren, more points for Sirens. Elite youth facilities, is there any way to influence youth intakes? Bear in mind, we were actually discussing this exact thing earlier, JW. Your youth facilities don't influence your youth intakes. They will only influence, as far as I'm aware, the quality of the players' development after they've actually come through. As far as I know, that doesn't actually have a direct effect on it. It's only youth recruitment, reputation as far as that does, senior, other affiliate clubs, and obviously your league's youth level. Or if it does, it's a very, very minor effect. The fact is, when it comes to the players, it's most likely that you probably have really high youth recruitment, hopefully. Because if you've got 20 youth recruitment, it'll come down to things like junior coaching. Junior coaching affects the CA of the players coming through as well. But I think you're probably talking about PA specifically. And I suppose as well, remember, yeah, if you're Arsenal, you've probably got a quite decent squad to begin with. So unless you're going to be getting players, think about what those stars actually mean. So if you were to say, for example, get a 5-star youth player in your Arsenal youth intake, that means that they're going to be a world-class talent. They'd have to be, because presumably you've got a pretty world-class squad at this point, right? Do swap doesn't have you can, yes. In fact, we use them more than you would think. We just don't use them for the correct reasons. But yeah, it's called part exchange in FM. So if you go to a random club, that's not a club, Matt. That's a human being, and he plays for you. Stop being so disrespectful. If we go to a random club like Inter Littoral, and we've got Henry Nana here, or Screw that. Jose Obama. In fact, we got Jose and Jesus Obama at the same club. We'll go over Jesus Obama here. When you these are amateur players, Matt. You've been led astray. Let me just choose a random club. Oh, for God's sake, Matt. Choose a professional league, damn it. Right, Mallorca. Okay, so we'll go for Alejandro Mutt here. Mean buy. Yeah, but he can't be a mean buy because I can't buy him. Basically, when you make an offer on a player, if you go into here and into players to exchange, you can add in the players you want to get rid of like that. Imagine if they were interested in one of my players. Turn out decent. Yeah, that's what the stars are for. I mean, bear in mind, for example, we get E-rated youth intakes every single year because our squad is so much better than anything Malta can provide. They haven't got Jose B, no. It's bad times. But yeah, so you just add in like that. We use them to give players to other teams that we want. So we buy a really crap player off of them, and then we include, as a part exchange, 2-year loans. For the patrons, if you can't get them offers. Done what for the patrons? What, like, tried to sign them and then buy a part exchange with the patron? Could do. Yeah. The thing is, you still have to get the club to accept it, and sometimes they do be a bit silly. Saves country would never get higher than an E. I think we... Yeah, oh no, absolutely you would. No, absolutely. If I sat there, say for example, I got to like intake day or the day before, and I sat there and I reloaded the save 1,000 times, we would absolutely get intakes that are better than the thing. Because as far as I know, the actual qualities of the players are not set until the day before, or on the day. It's the names and stuff that are locked in. So yeah, we probably could, but because eventually, even with Malta, there's still a slim chance that they could produce a world-class talent. For example, that Ethiopian guy we got on the last save, you do occasionally see wonder kids from ridiculous nations. Not ridiculous, but like more unfancied nations, because there is a still small likelihood it can happen. It's just very, very rare, essentially. Ben Craig, thank you for the 31 months. How the devil are you, friend? I could. Bit of live stream agenting, and you know I'm not above agenting. Literally recording an agent video tomorrow. Have an impact. Variation with that range. Oh, really? Okay. Maybe I'm wrong. I swear though, one time we had to reload, and then we had the same players, but they had different PAs and stuff. But okay, either way, your still saves coming somewhere, right? Because I always forget what Max found out. This is what it always comes back to. Declare for England said, yeah, I mean, that's surprising. He must have been good enough to declare for England, or he just came through in England, because I find that will happen. See, for example, Roy Fleming. Kate Kit, thank you for 17 months. Hope you had a fantastic day. Names and positions are set. Look at me go. Stupid Pharaoh, you say, yeah, there is. It's this guy here. Mikkel Johansson. 113 Faroese caps. Pretty much not worth it. Oh, yeah, no, there's no worth it. It's never worth it, is it? Saves coming, it's just not fun. Yeah, spawned at TB, survived it, and has been all over the shop. Man United on a free, 20 million to West Ham, 30 million to PSG, 35 million, but where next? See how many it take. Oh, how many did it take? I'm curious. And what were like the parameters you set? Like what nation was it and stuff? Yeah, he was born in Tverøy. Excuse me. Started doing Norwegian Duolingo again, chat. Not many people can say that. Arthur from Red Dead can't say that. I mean, nice nation to build. Yeah, you'd have to do a shitload of editing though, probably, because they have quite strict rules on foreign players. Yeah, it's good, isn't it? Yeah, we're nearly at 2040, so we're in season 17 at the moment. I feel like we're probably over the halfway point now, as far as progress goes. Good God, that's scary to look at. Right, please tell me we've got enough players for this game. Perez Reynoso. Fuck, we're not doing that, are we? I'd honestly... Wow, we are... Get rid of this. See who's actually around for this game.
Oh, this is where I parked my car.
Those injuries have kind of hit us hard. Really hard. Carter, thank you for the follow. Someone's Malta save far in the future. Oh, really? Took a few hundred. Yeah, I bet. I'll be amazed if the best Maltese player in this save, as far as like PA, is probably... Throughout the entire save, I reckon we get like a 145 guy, maybe. And it might probably honestly be Matthew's side. Lots of scanning players. You do, but the thing is, it's... the save type is difficult enough as it is. With those kind of restrictions, you just kind of, it's impossible, basically. Like, it's going to be tough enough with Malta with basically no restrictions. Trying to add those kind of extra restrictions is just a nightmare. We did 32 with Treaty. So it just depends, really. Depends what the summer looks like as well. Vicky Cara, like, yeah! What was the PA on the Barcelona guy? Because that must have been like, what, 170 something? A 152 is very good. Spiteri good? No, absolutely not. He's a grayed out player, so he'll be good based on Malta screenshots. Malta screenshots. He'll be basically based on the Maltese youth rating, I think. Hello, Suka. It's going to have to be these two up front, isn't it? With no option. Actually, no, what am I talking about? I'm going to try this. I'm going to try the Reynoso and Villarreal, because Villarreal is the guy I've been putting in as the backup to Quasi a lot of the time. Carvalho and Pebbles and Gillet. We don't have Lahovi, really, so it's going to have to be Palacio at wing-back as well. Krastev, the backline's not even looking that great either, is it? Vieira's, yeah. Villarreal's fitness. Yeah, but, like, what else are we going to do? I'd rather at least play a player I'm more comfortable in that position, and then we can bring him off if we need to. Because I feel like we're going to lose this anyway. And I'd rather give it a little dice roll and just see if we can pull off a bit of a miracle because of the way Reynoso's looked lately. And I actually do like Villarreal as the Trek. I don't trust either Reynoso or Perez to play in the Trek role for us, which is why I think that it's why we're missing Padilla as well. That's quite a good Trek. Yeah, but he's so good in the role he actually plays. He's fine. I don't want to use him there because I like where he plays, and he's played really well there. We can always swap it around if worst case scenario comes. The fact is, I just don't think we beat Barcelona anyway. Not Barcelona. We won't beat Barcelona because we're not playing them. 152. I want to have a look at how he compares to Matthew Side. See, he looks better than Matthew Side, I would say. Maybe I'm just being judged by the mentals and physicals there, which makes me think that Matthew Side, if he's maxed out, which he probably is maybe about 145 then. Which makes sense, right? Okay. Barca Munchen, yeah. Oh. This was him. Yeah, so chat, in some of the test saves when we were doing the simulations and stuff, prior to this save starting, with the testing group on Discord in the secret chat, this was in one of Hadrian's tests, I believe. Birkikara generated this guy here. And he actually came through at Birkikara, and yeah, 179 PA, which is insanity. Each other's way. No, they really don't. And that's the weird thing, Arrow. They really don't. I think the reason why, it might have been why we had the whole ball thing and the thing. They essentially, I have both of them. I'll show you properly in a sec. Size closer to 130. You're probably right. Maybe I'm just overvaluing him in a way. Yeah, only took 70 years. Obscure Wonder Kids. It's tough. Like, if you could get very lucky by looking at players who are 18 or 19 and have like an international cap, because you might find a guy with an insane, who's got like, he'll have international caps because he's good, but if he's playing for a country that's just ever so slightly higher than that, you're like, oh, okay. So say he's got like 10 caps for El Salvador at the age of 17, you're like, okay, there's a guy here potentially. That's one way of going about it. Otherwise, it's just kind of luck a lot of the time. No, that's 16-year-old. Not allowed to. You can't loan players in Malta until they're 17. That's when they can sign professional deals. Not that they have to be on a professional deal to go on loan, but they have to be 17. Yeah, then you get the fraud caps, of course. So there is also those guys, like, for example, who was the guy? It's not Boss. It is Bossier, but there was another guy, the Welsh dude. That's who it was, yeah. Vida must be around that kind of level as well. But yeah, basically we have both of the strikers set to stay wider, and what that kind of does is it opens up a space for where that central, the deeper track to make those runs into the middle. Because we haven't got any wingers, it also allows us to make these guys to run into the channels a little bit more, into the sort of half space here. So that's why we do it. Right. Justice for Arsenio Santa Maria. I don't think we win this. I think our squad's too thin. But maybe Pebbles and the lads. Maybe this is where, not Cazorla, Carvalho finally has the game. But I get the feeling if this game is going to be a success, it's probably going to be because of Krastev again. I would say so, JCM. I've never used it myself. Yeah, no, I never turned it off technically, Jim, because I did it like pre-match, so we were already in the match, so it would have just gone reverted back. It could be that, yeah. high rep. It could be called a wonder kid. I thought the wonder kid thing was tied to their CA and not their reputation. Because I've seen players from really shit nations with no rep still considered wonder kids. But they may have changed it. We should be able to, Hedra, but I think that European thing is overwriting it because I'm not allowed to even add players to the dev list or offer them out for loan until they turn 17. Which I'm not super bothered about. Just because we rarely sign 16-year-olds anyway. And when we do, I'm all right with keeping them around for a little bit. Wow, we are stinking the place out here. And I'm actually okay with that. If we were to take a draw, I'd be fine. 25 minutes and we're the first team to have a shot. Thai youngsters, there are always, generally speaking, a couple of great Thai players in every save. You've clearly got a few more than them. I always find that they just sometimes are a little bit too expensive to get in the first place. Palacios hurt. Shit, that is not great. Because the only option we've got is Lahovi, who was also not in great shape. And might honestly be even worse shape. But the crap performance so far from both seats. Oh my goodness, FM. Right. He's also wearing ginger. Yeah, he is, but like I can't bring anyone else on for him. It's, you know, what do you want me to do? We have to put someone in that spot, and unfortunately, he is him. It's we can't bring on Cide Castera. You hate to see it. Come on, FM. Tasky. Hang on, I'll let it roll on for a sec, then I'll do it. So I just have to let it like do its thing. Then it gives up. It's got worse. Give me back my CPU. Not my CPU, my GPU. For the love of Christ. Why sub? Well, I mean, I'm kind of down if I do, down if I don't, then aren't I? Like, people complain if I don't take them off, then they complain if I do. Like, what am I supposed to do? To me, taking off an injured player isn't a wasted sub. Like, someone's probably going to get injured out of it, right? Can't really win. FM, give me my fucking graphics card back. Damn it. Oh, dear. Right, come on. Why is it... There we go. That took a longer than... About longer than normal. God damn it. Here we go. Go on, Lahovi. The injured Lahovi. Oh, I was kind of hoping he might actually get on the end of that. Oh, no, get... Oh, I thought we could nick it off them there. It's been a really bad game, in fairness. But I have a horrible feeling that now we've had that highlight, we might be about to concede our first, like, noteworthy opposition chance of the whole game. That's a great pass. Oh, wow. That's a huge miss. This has been a dreadful game. We were struggling for possession, but it's actually coming down a bit now. I might still be tempted to switch to cautious and try to play more counter in the second half. Oh, Christ on a bike. Krastev's injured as well now. So Vida's going to be playing the second half here by the looks of things. We are just getting injury central now. AFCON and injuries are absolutely annihilating us. What a great touch that is. Reynoso, great first touch. Can he score? He scored! It's 1-0. Oh, please tell me that's actually onside. Fuck. Offside. Unless it's going to come out as an own goal. No. Damn it. But again, he's put it in the net. And he keeps... This touch from Lahovi there is so sweet. Yeah, he's miles offside. Good finish, though. Even with the deflection, I suppose. Right, we'll get to half-time. We'll have to get another substitution. Christ. It's not great, is it? Krastev's gone as well. Vida in. Carvalho's struggled massively. But who the hell can I even bring on in the midfield? Asay? Fuck it, I'm going cray-cray. That's not what I meant to do at all. I'm yanking Carvalho out, getting Asay in and bringing Pebbles further up. Spiteri, get on the Spitster. I'm also going to switch us to cautious. I'm this close to getting Spiteri on. Which isn't actually that close. I think I'm kind of destined to the idea now in this game that I think the best thing we could really hope for here would be a draw or something. And then hope for the best. But maybe this is going to be the making of Derek Asay. His first proper... Oh, this is a much weaker side now. The fact that we got 2 first-half injuries to key players, already got another injury in there too, missing players to AFCON, it's not ideal, is it? Oh, go on, get someone on him. Christ, Bayern are this close to losing the ball, but I have a horrible feeling that means they're about to score with it. We're going to make an error anyway, or it's going to be like a long ranger from the edge of the box that just sails in. Oh, somebody... Come on. There we go, Vida. Or Vida turns into the absolute hero that we know he can be. Please find the pass, Vida. Please find the pass. Oh, this is beautiful. I'll say, he's got so many options. Beautiful. Lahovi. You're right, Yay! It's 1-0 to Sirens, and that is why I do cautious sometimes, to get those counter-attacks. Oh. Decent player. Not really. They're usually just based on, like, random stuff. God, I thought we'd held on for that too long. This is a really nice pass from Marseille. Oh, Vida bringing it forward. There's a little bit of luck on the deflection, but we lead at Bayern Munich. Get in. Oh. Yeah, Zaire Emery, he must be fairly old. He is... Oh, she's only 33. That's a great counter-attack. Love that from us. Oh, that's not great. Please don't give away a penalty. Okay, that's a really annoying goal to concede because you just feel like you can't do anything about it. Oh, well. It is what it is. You know, what can you do about that? Set piece like that. I'm actually surprised we didn't give away a penalty there. So they didn't, in fact, give away the penalty. They just, yeah. Unfortunate. Not much we can do about that. Oh, well. It's always a goal. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Whenever I see a set piece set up like that, I just assume you're going to concede a goal. And I just wish we could create those ourselves more regularly. Occasionally they will randomly do it. But for the most part, it doesn't seem like they do. We're going to swap these two over. And I don't want to waste this last... Oh, no, we didn't technically got the extra one, haven't we? I'm going to bring Vieira in. Yeah, the rest of the bench... I don't really think there's anyone that's there that's going to make an impact for us at this point. To be fair, I did specifically say don't give away a penalty, and Man didn't. So he followed instructions to the letter. I'd still take a draw. It's just unfortunate. But I think Osei has done well. Considering he's still a young man, I think he might actually be the long-term backup for that role with Pebbles. So Pebbles as the starter, and then Osei is the second choice, and then no more loans for him, and maybe we just keep him around, see if he actually does develop a little bit. Hopefully we don't just lose this to a random ball yeeted through the middle. We're about to, aren't we? Oh, no. It's just going to be the same goal again, isn't it? Oh, well. Yeah, you sort of can. That's unfortunate. We've not played anywhere near as bad as we did against Barca, at least, but somebody's got to be cutting that out. It's unfortunate. Oh, well. Great name. And they deserve the win. They've created the chances that we haven't. I thought when we took the lead, though, that we've just conceded that first goal, if anything's more annoying. That was just like, oh, well, we just got outplayed. The way I'm looking at it is this team was just not up to quality. The amount of players we were missing before the game, and then by half-time as well. We are just limping at the moment. Honka beating Arsenal. That is good. Oh, they're losing them now. Ah, shit. Please don't give them another goal. That was good tracking back there from Derek. It's these types of moves like that. I feel like when we're against good sides, our players are just always that fraction of a second too late to the ball. They always just miss the interception. I think it's just because they're just more consistent with their passing. They're just getting that ball around a little bit faster, denying us the opportunity to get those interceptions and create the counter-attacking opportunities that we're more used to getting. Unless we can win it off them here, though. We're not going to, though. It's just going to be one of those straight... As if he's let that through. That is unfortunate. That's a shame, actually. I think we were doing quite well, and then all of a sudden we weren't. But when they keep the ball for that long, you're never going to get it off them. I thought Birkelem probably should have had that. I think he has to be getting a toe on that or something. Let just slide.
Fun fact.
Get some kind of touch on it. That is just bad play. Didn't give up that many shots in this game, but they managed to score 3 of them. Unfortunate. Jonas Yule, thank you for the follow. Yeah, hat-trick from Angel Del Palacio is probably goated, right? Gee, he's good. He's very good. Another Mexican. He's good, yeah, just give it some effort. That was a much weaker side than we're used to putting out. It's unfortunate, though, to be winning in the second half. But I think we were winning slightly against the run of play. Actually, were we? It was a fairly tight game when we scored, but then they just kind of came at us and we couldn't handle it. Oh, well. Shit happens, right? Okay, minor injury is fine. Minor injury is fine. Not too bad. Just unfortunate. Luckily, I think from here on, we're kind of alright. We've got Juve at home, but we're better than Juve these days. And then Galatasaray and RB Leipzig away from home. That should be enough. We've already got like 9 points on the board. I think we get like a nice round 15, potentially 18 at a push. And 18 would be enough for us to get top 8. I think it really comes down to what we do against Juve. If we beat Juve, it's all good. If we don't, then things start to get a bit more squiffy. And thankfully those injuries aren't too serious. But just starting without... I think not having Quasi, even though he has kind of gone to sleep occasionally in Champions League matches, it doesn't feel great. Okay, where is Sweetie? Away at Maccabi Haifa. That should be a win. Well, it gives him a chance. Bir Kikara just needs to be something there. As with that one as well. This is a really good round for us, potentially. No, Leipzig have been around a bit. They've not been in the Champions League for a while in this save, I don't think. We'll see. Ah, don't thank me. Thanks, Saz, Tigger Taylor. It is a brilliant skin, though, isn't it? Right. There's potential for, like, 3 wins here. Benfica lead on that one, 2. One day we'll get there. I think. Maybe. Oh, JMG. Whenever I see a club like that, I'm like, okay, now is the time to have a little look at the proper scouting thingy and see if anyone crazy's come through. Sadly not, though. Not even from Asic Mimosas. Eddie Coffee is a great name. No, wait. I saw a couple of blue stats and I got super excited, but I realized it's rushing out tendency. It's like go to a player's profile, seeing like a 20, and you're like, oh, great. And then it's like long throws. So DB's free. Oh, yeah, he is. And he's 20. And he's not even that bad. Cheap. Why not, right? Can't hurt. Good for a sweeper keeper. I don't want my sweeper keepers actually rushing out, though, because I find that all that does is it just means that they miss the ball and then just get scored on anyway. I wish it worked the way I wanted it to, but that's why I tend not to use sweeper keepers that much. And when I do, I don't have them on attack, because I find that their rushing out tendency just means they do stupid shit rather than anything that's going to actually help you a lot of the time. ROP, you haven't, not anymore. They're not. This isn't Showdown. Can we money? Oh, no, they are great, but these are not good players. That's what we are scouting them for the reason, but I can't sign players that don't exist. Like, you know, these guys are fine, but they're not going to be worldies. We have actually signed some pretty good players from JMG, though, in the past. These guys just probably aren't it. 20 already? Ah, doesn't matter. He's free. He's free on a really cheap contract. It's the best thing. Well, not the best thing. The best thing would be if he was like 16 on a really cheap contract and world class, but hey. Get to Sydney 500. I didn't. I'm not really big into IndyCar. And wasn't it like delayed and rain delayed and stuff anyway, so I wasn't really even sure when it was like on. Sweetie get the dub. And deservedly so. Wow, that's so little, just about deservingly so. Peter Suleiman gives Sweetie the big win that I think is going to be enough points for them to now qualify out of the Europa League. Yeah, they deserve the win. A lot of possession, did fuck all with it. That's what we like to see. Peter, he's not one of ours, is he? No, he's a Tanzanian who's listed actually for 2.6 million. God, I love seeing players be worth loads. Yeah, I kind of want to see where their shots are from. Actually, can we see that information? Oh, God, the game's going to glitch out on me now, isn't it? I think we can. It's just not going to be... Well, apparently not much, Jim, it would seem. Is it in analytical data? So here they are. Here are their shots. Shot blocked, 0 XG. So yeah, these were the 2 shots that they had. I feel like that's fairly central. It's got a chance, unless there was like an entire, like, that was just a free kick or something. Ah, dear. May as well, yeah. Right, so that's great. That's more wins. Come on, Conference League. Show me the goods. A draw and a win. You know, that's okay. That's great. Bir Kikara with a win. Gudja with a game that they should have done better in, but Panazio scores once more. Bir Kikara now go 12th, got 7 points. That's them through. Great news. Gudja on 5 points. Still probably needed another win in there somewhere. Yeah, the draw with China Emirates is not ideal. Actually, we probably should check on what the actual, like, the matches were like. Oh my God. Where did Bir Kikara suddenly get this good? It feels like throughout most of qualifying in Europe this season, we've been seeing results like this from Bir Kikara, like, consistently. Like, Ljubljana are not a muggy team by any means, and they've just denied them to anything, and actually should have scored more. Sweet Christ. Fair play, Bir Kikara. And... deserved. I mean, they didn't do much other than score the penalty, so perhaps it would have been different if they'd not given it away, but they did. Disappointing. I still think they've got it in them to get the result we need. Yeah, Jonas Erling is still banging away. What are Gudja's last 2 fixtures? Rapid Vienna at home and... oh, they've got Trepshaw at home. Rapid Vienna at home is going to be a toughie for them, but they've got Trepčia at home. They should be able to get that over the line. That'll get them to the 8 point. If they don't beat Trepčia, I'll be so annoyed. Watch them beat Rapid Vienna, then lose to the Kosovan club. That's good. It's more points. We must now have lost top spot to England on the coefficients on the year. No, we're still ahead of them. That's wild. We are still ahead of England on the yearly coefficients. 9.9. And there's still 3 matches to go in the Champions League for both us and Hammer, and 3 more in the Conference League for Sweetie, and then 2 more each for Birkirkara and Goodyear. That's like another, what? There's another 13 matches worth of coefficient up for grab before the groups even finish. We could get to like 12 points by the end of the groups at this rate. This is a hell of a good year so far. For once, actually having Hamron in the Champions League with us, not that that's happened before, is going to help us. 18 points. It will heavily depend on what happens after Christmas, but maybe. Improved contract. Oh, bud. No. No, Jibby, no. I'm sorry, baby, but no. Particularly not when new season is about to join us. I expect we will be getting that notification about the player wants to talk to you about promises so that he keeps his job, basically, when he sees that new goalkeeper joining us in a month's time. Yeah, he might get an increased contract. In fact, a very increased one, in fact, some might say, but from a Saudi club, just not from us. Right. Back of Ridgeon, they sound like they're Ivorian, but I don't think they are. No, they're Malayan. Okay, cool. That makes sense. Nice this year. Depends what you mean, I suppose. I've already been to Malta and Denmark. Maybe gonna do a little hippity hop over to Vienna later in the summer with some friends, which would be quite nice. Wow, really? It's a shame he didn't declare for Malta, actually. He's really quite good. Probably at his absolute max, but he's still quite decent. Yeah, I think exactly. They've had their one season. I don't think Hammer could consistently... Actually, in a way, maybe them developing... Do a spontaneous boys weekend? Yes. We'll go to a spa, Mike. Then we can send them pictures of us in like white dressing gowns with cucumbers on our eyes, holding Prosecco or mimosas. Have I just invented the best idea ever? Having a spa in it. I love a spa. Banksy, thank you for the 14 months.
Hope you had a good bank holiday weekend, mate. Your streams have really helped me through a tough period this year and appreciate that massively.
Well, thank you. I'm glad that anything we as a group have done has helped with that. Because, you know, I've talked about it a little while ago. Went through a pretty tough shit time myself this year, but I'm feeling a lot better these days, and it's just nice. I feel like everything's just kind of on a nice little even keel for the time being now. I sort of enjoy the summer. So, yeah. We're going to just put some cucumbers on our eyes and Eau Rouge. It'll be good. They are red cucumbers, of course. Right. I feel like Hammer have been losing a lot of league games lately. Touristy and fancy museum. That's what we do. We do the touristy stuff. But the plan is to go for the day like we did in Denmark. Just sort of cram as much stuff as possible during the day. Had a great time doing it in Copenhagen. And the flight times out of Stansted for Vienna are just so perfect. That's the thing. We're stupid, but it's like there's heart in the stupidness. Hello, Jason. Right. Juventus isn't for 11 days, so that's fine. We'll just let them kind of pick. Another game for Derek isn't... Oh, Padilla's back! Well, isn't that lovely? Jose Padilla, the first game he's played for us in 6 months. That's a nice benefit. Just having him back in the team would be delightful. But we all know that it doesn't matter what Padilla does in this game because Cide Castera is still going to score. It doesn't matter. Paul is there. Exactly. It is irrelevant. Hello, Ligodinho. Whereas Harvey... Right. I saw a TikTok yesterday and it was someone talking about... I have no idea what it was, but it was someone literally... It was like a quote to you. Someone literally saying... it was someone had tweeted Wayne Rooney complaining about having to shove pasta down his throat at 9 in the morning, and then someone had quote retweeted it and said you should be sticking that pasta up your arse for that amount of money at 9 in the morning. I was thinking all I could think of was of half. I've absolutely butchered that explanation, but you get the message. Due another injury. No, you gotta wait for March. If it's following the Kamga cycle of injuries, you gotta wait for March. Let's go. Bosnia cow auction. Can you see? Do you get notified, Inferno, when I like posts that you've reposted on TikTok? Because I've only just realised that was you that reposted that Serbian cow auction this morning, or Bosnian cow auction this morning. The Dutch ref, yeah. Penny suppository. Yeah, I saved that for Pog. I was like, she'll enjoy that later. If you've not seen the Bosnian cow auction, then you're missing out. From Volcano, yeah, that was it, Jim. That was the thing. I only saw that because Inferno reposted it this morning. Also, not being funny, but Paul has got a 9.5, got a goal and 2 assists again. Padilla's robbed him by having an absolutely worldy of a comeback. Oh, it had 16k likes when I saw it this morning. It's mad that I remember that. Oh, that's glorious. Paul is very good, isn't he? What's he got this season, stats-wise? 2 starts, 2 goals, 2 assists. Paul Cedar Castero, everybody. PCC. We actually had him in the Champions League squad last year because we had so many injuries. And then the one game that we actually were forced to play him, he dropped an absolute dog egg. So he has his level, and he's fully aware of what his level is, and he uses it to the best of his ability. He does just play very well in the I don't think I've ever seen him play well in a game, but when it's insta-resolving, Paul is the guy. He's a domestic hero. What more do you want out of a player, right? Yeah, don't forget Andy Mikulev, who's gone into form. I think it was Andy Mikulev, wasn't it? He's been quite a solid loanee. He's been out at Mosta for the last 3 years now. Like, he played 24 top flight games last season from the start. Admittedly, he only scored once, and he is... Yeah. Gordon Zammert, yes, he's still here. Gordon was the guy we brought on in the final, wasn't he? It's weird, it's November. We've not had any sackings yet. Or we might have done. But we've not had any sackings that have required us to be giving loan farm managers yet. Concerning. Well, the thing is, Jim, like, Lahovi's got a really good right foot, but I think his left foot's still stronger than his right, so it still kind of favours that one. If I remember correctly. Yeah, so it will still look like he's basically left-footed. He could just more comfortable there. It would be good to find a right-footed... There must be someone... Wow, what a game. Roy just casually dropping another hat-trick. Also, hammering a 7th in the league. Yeah, you can really see who the haves and have-nots are. Eventually, once it settles down, Hamron will join this set as well. Is it casual? It depends. Oh, it depends what the scoreline breakdown was. Yeah, it's 3-3 at half-time.
Off the Popette.
Would you change to inverted? Well, not if it works without. We actually tried an inverted one last year, and it was fine. Hi, Posho! Thank you for the follow. Hi, Posho. So what's the Flemster up to? 12 and 20? God, he's already played 20 games, and it's November. Yeah, Hamron do have a habit of this, and I suspect it's a case of... Because they've still got really good goal difference. They've just kind of dropped a few clangers in there. Lost to Marsa, Gudja, and Gajira. Not ideal. Oh, Real Bamako, they sometimes have a few lads. Not on this occasion. Anything new on the recruitment front? Ah, Rajitska's actually... He does look quite... Like, I'm liking these attributes. Like a just like a normal left, like a standard left wing back, but right-footed. It's like you kind of get the best of both worlds.
If I could have a squad number, it would be 17. 17 for the age when I had my first Champions League win.
You'd love to see it. Thank you very much for the 17 months. You always remember your first chat. Goba Pabuena. Love the name, because I would just call him Goober. There's no way you're getting away with not being called Goober. I've got to start looking at fun names in these as well. Jordan Johnson, good name. What about, let's have a look at old Goober then. Alright, there might be something to our friend Goober here. You could win a gubernatorial race. Now, that's the Moldovan, sorry, the Romanian guy. It does sound very Celtic, doesn't it? The big game coming up. Yeah, maybe they're resting players the same way we do. Admittedly, we did just... Oh no, we destroyed Balsan Youth with the big one. Hello, son of a quiche. Standard actually, maybe, Steve. But remember, we're being carried a little bit by the success of Hamrun. But it's hard to work out how much they've actually contributed. I mean, obviously, there's the results that they're getting in the Champions League. But they also had the wins that got them there in the first place, which count. Though they do count for a bit less. The money they're going to get is useful for them. The rep's going to be useful. They're probably going to, if they can get a little bit more, one more point, and I reckon they'll get the qualification points too, which is quite a lot if I recall. We'll start getting some taste of those England cheaty points, which we don't really notice as much because it's us. But with two of us, there might be a shot. We're actually going to play Hamron before the Juve game. That's true. They've got a rest. They don't have Paul Castera on their books. Link with Kadri. Stop being linked with him then. The Eurovision cheaty points. We don't get points at all, let alone cheaty points. Oh, thank God. Oh, it's a Dingley dude. How are Dingley getting on this season? Are they still failing compared to Zuri? Oh, it's tight, but yes, they actually are. They really should not be doing as poorly as they are. Kind of crazy how bad they're doing considering the sheer number of loans they've got from us, and some of them are genuinely good players. Medina, however, not bottom, but do have a minus 20 goal difference. Then again, Pirate Noises have somehow done even worse. Their sole win was against Medina. How many goals have they actually conceded? 28 goals in 12 games. 30... Oh my days. Pirate Noises have scored 22 goals and are bottom of the league. Scored 22, conceded 35. They've got, like, one of the best attacks in the league, but also by far the worst defence in the league. But pick up the Pirate Noises. Yeah, I mean, I'd be tempted. The fans are getting some great games. They're losing most of them, but they're getting some great games along the way. That's what it's about, right? That's the real quiz. The real friends. Right. So we've still got whatever score we like here, really. Reynoso back in. Delightful. A little run of the team for Derek is not the end of the world, really, because I really do like his attributes. He's working on his dribbling. He looks like he could actually be quite tasty in that role. But Paul's back, obviously, so we need not worry. Paul will guide us through. Yeah, just send out Paul. I choose you, Paul Castera. We're playing Poker Rogue all of a sudden. Game setup in a command. Did you mean like the video about it? I think it's exclamation mark setup, I believe. But not the actual file itself, I don't think. It'll be linked in the description to that video, but not directly, unfortunately. I think it's setup. Oh, is it database? It might be database. There it is. No, wait. Yeah, I think it's database for some reason. That's why we don't have database for Malta and stuff. It's because, yeah, I need to change that to setup. But because database doesn't make much sense as a command for that particular thing, because you wouldn't think to go there first, whereas with skin, it's really obvious. Right. You get them, Paul. Rah. Go get them. Do the thing. He's got 2 more assists. He's got 2 more assists. This man is unstoppable. Not man of the match this time because Reynoso's banged a brace. Yeah, I saw the Vesteros stuff. Yeah, 3 goals off of like aren't they like supposed to be second in the league or something? Yeah, that was posted in the Discord I think yesterday night. Mad. It's like, who are they? Me? But great news for Reynoso. Great news for Paul, who's got 2 goals, 4 assists in 3 starts. How does he do it? Oh, that's not ideal. Oh. Classy Reynoso. He might be our top scorer now, actually. Based on that. Round of 16, we're playing Nadu youngsters. Good God. Must have been some weird goings on the other side of the draw. Oh, not 1 match, 2 matches. Missed 11 clear-cut chances. Who is the Vesteros striker? I have to know. I mean, he's probably like not in the game anymore, but still. Has he a history of this kind of behaviour? Right, come on. There we go. Important dates in December. Says transfer. Wait, what? Oh, opens. Yeah, of course. Plus, there's a youth intake. Youth intake preview, I should say, because that's going to be useful. Paul, are we looking at Paul himself or just people called Paul? Because there's a lot of people called Paul. 4,000 of them, in fact. The main man himself? Let's find him. All I have to do is look on that, really, don't I? Vida is a Paul. Of course he is. Everybody's a Paul. Place your loan farm. Picking players with good division rating as your star division players from scout reports. Hang on. Aren't probably going to the other clubs than you. So, basically, most of the players we sign don't end up being as good as they look. So if I see a guy who's got 4-star PA and he's free, I just sign him immediately because it's free. They usually want cheap wages, and those kind of guys will go out on loan. Some of the guys that are 5-star, we've got some guys that are 2.5 5-star. So 2.5 CA, 5-star PA that are out on loan. So it can be done, but it takes like special circumstances. OP, so he's got short simple passes, out of trouble, refrains from taking long shots. I don't know. I think he's just a magical. Vida is appalled. He has been the lack of football lately, I suppose. A wonderful extra trick the other day for finding loan. Oh, go on then. Hit me with your best shot. Fire away. Yeah, I can't be a quote if I didn't say it. Also, the quote bot is mods only, obviously. Otherwise, anyone would just add random shit. Recruitment meeting. Cool. Deny to share. Who? I'm getting once was at Sporting vibes. Aha! Correct. Right, there we go. So reach of 2. Well, just don't be that tall, I guess. And he manages it perfectly. Player search for players under 23 with a single attribute, which we know is rare, like heading or 16. All right, yeah. Okay, fuck it. Let's have a little gander right now. Because we've got one more Champions League game to do today, which we're definitely going to be able to get done, which is out of problem. But we're never going to be able to get through to the others after Christmas. That's going to be a Thursday jobby. Turnover. Yeah, that's a good amount. It's, I mean, what? That's like 100x? Ooh. Sufyan 8 Corsa. Well, at least we know what type of car he drives. Not bad. Just want to have a quick gander in here before we... Aqua guy here at 20. Victor Ocon. Alright. Stack Overflow. Hang on, what? Weird that thing... The G... I'm not sure I understand, Savik. But bear in mind that any Stack Overflow stuff in FM is not to do with the sand skin. That's to do with the game itself. Any other random high CA guys? There's a couple here, actually. Okay, Asic Mimosas, 21. 25 caps. For Lajo Grambute. Gives me on the tactics screen. Ah, yes, that can Stack Overflow. Yeah, I notice it when I've got like random youth players that have got like 8-year contracts. He's actually intriguing. European registration. Well, we signed so many foreign players, but we sign them all if we can do at 18. So it doesn't matter about foreign registration because when it comes to the Champions League, if they've been at the club for 3 years, they count as homegrown, provided they're signed before they turn 19. So we just signed loads of youngsters that turn at the right time. So we have had a few years where it's been a bit iffy, but for the most part, it's been okay. Do I have to just touch that? Yeah. Okay, cool. Let's clear this for a second. We can have a look at Hadrian's idea. So what was it? 23 or under. And then... and then an attribute. Okay, cool. So just an attribute. Just yeah, tackling is probably a good one because it's so hard to train. And then we'll set it to like 16 or higher. And then there must be a way of narrowing this down further. Sort by world rep. Okay. Or like reverse world rep. I don't know if I can scout all of these guys because there is literally probably going to be like 1,000. Or should we just exclude anybody who's got a wage? So we can get the freebies. Because I feel like that might be getting too many players in there. Maybe we go down to like 20 or something. On the age, because that way we get younger players and go up a little bit on this. Just keep like compressing this until it gets to the point where... So there's these guys. Jesus Christ. There's a few tackling chaps. Like this guy, Kasper Kaminski. Well, with 10 to 20 tackling. Let me just put it back on amateur view so we can have a little look. See if there's any ones that really stand out, like Innocent Salumba with his 14 to 20 tackling. Zolt Barner. Not bad. Yeah, the range is not ideal. But I can still have a look through some of them, because there might still be some like quite tight ranges on certain players. Let me sort it by tackling instead. Oh wow, that's... Because there might still be some crazy good players in here. This guy, Emanike, at Sporting Lagos. He's only 17. He might be worth a scout anyway. There's a guy, Windy Bayal. Good old Windy. It's Mr. Swizzles, the Windy boy. Yeah, that'll obviously include a lot of the bigger clubs as well, but it could definitely allow us... Let me try even lower. Because there's still a few guys in here that qualify, like Kim in June. Oh, wow. He's like... Attribute range is always correct. The attribute range is correct in the sense that the attribute will never be outside of the range. Minimum height. Well, some of these players are going to be like fullbacks and centre midfielders as well, I suspect. Also, the game's now just ignored. Has it really just changed this again? FM. There we go. Harbour View? It's guys that play clubs like this that I feel like it's... Yeah, I suppose position centre-back could work with that. I thought the team was called Meatballs then. That's not even close to being true. But some of these guys might have... Like, these guys have got some other attribute here. Vilmar. Like, he... 6'2", 16 to 20 jumping reach. Heading and tackling are unbelievably good. Positioning's woeful. But he might have legitimately something about him. He's decent. There's a guy at Nardvik. Sorry, no. Njarðvík. Who just has really good tackling. But he is called Athelstein. Venezia. There's a few Tondela chaps. That might be the Tondela chat we saw earlier, actually. Cuban. Can't go wrong with Alexis Cardenas. An Uzbek dude. Muzaffar. Syrian chap. Might be... At least being able to see some of this other stuff here is kind of useful. So many players on this one, though. I might just randomly try it with a different attribute, like heading. Oh, that's annoying. Let me try it like this. Oh, I still have to do it like that. Yeah, technical... Let's have a look at headers. Instead, and then sort that by centre-backs. So 3 guys. That's much more narrow. That shows you how rare good heading is, as well. Wait, hang on, what? As if there's only 3 guys. Yeah, so we've got Jordan Gould at Aberdeen. Yeah, but remember before, with tackling, we were seeing like 500 players. Oh, it's centre-back. Yeah, but I want centre-backs. That's what I'm looking for, centre-backs with good heading. I think that allows us to be a bit more specific. Jordan Gould, Aberdeen guy, he sort of looks very centre-backy. Good tackling too, actually. Yeah, you get a lot of strikers, and unfortunately, he's at Inter, so he's kind of worthless to... Not worthless, but useless to us at this point. Alvaro Carvalho. Only 16. Well, there's no point in scouting the Inter guy. We're never going to sign a guy from Inter. But we already know about you, and you are at Manima Union. Not bad. No tackling ability, unfortunately. So he's kind of gone the other way. Better look at jumping reach. I mean, I don't think it's useless. I think the idea that any attribute is entirely useless is sort of a pointless thing. I think heading is just as important as it always was, right? Jumping reach just means how likely you are to actually win the header in the first place. Heading accuracy is still really important. I noticed some players who have really low heading accuracy, they have this habit of heading the ball into really awkward places and constantly giving up secondary attacks when the ball's cleared. His contract may be ending, but he's still not going to sign for us. He's 16. So he would just say, yeah, his age would be unable to complete the move, so he still wouldn't be able to actually join us for like another 2 years. Let's... I hate that it... On this screen... But if you go in here, I guess it's because it's a different subheading. Let's have a look for really tall dudes. Or really good jumping reach dudes. Wow, it's only 2 dudes. Ali Ben Hamed, who's 6'2" but has 18 jumping reach. Not very good, but you might have some okay PA in there. And Thiago Mendes, on loan from, Moreirense. Very nice physicals for an 18. Agility and balance. Oh, that could be good, actually. So agility and balance, because we love that in fullbacks. Maybe we add agility and balance and just look at fullbacks. Just see if there are any. Because I think that's the key attribute for wingbacks in this system at the moment. Yeah, do that. And over 7 feet tall. I don't think you can be, it as a regen anyway. So that's... Surprisingly, let me just go to 20 just in case. So there's only 131 guys. Let me just sort by transfer interest as well, just so we can narrow it down a little bit, so we don't just get the guys at like Barcelona and Neil Brock. It has just occurred to me that this guy is still showing up. Imagine if he was a wingback. 19 agility, 16 balance, and he's pacey. God, he'd have been good if he was a wingback. I'm just going to quickly filter it by wingbacks, just to see. Or is at least competent. Just to see if they've got any kind of... Because they're all an or anyway. Right, these guys could potentially be... Oh, okay, there's actually some players in here. Marcus Sauerschnig. This guy here... 18 years old. Holy shitballs. Marcus Sauerschnig. Hi, Marcus. He can tackle. His marking's not actually that good, but we can work on that easy. He's got insane... Yeah, even for 13 million, he is incredibly good. Would he even talk to us? Now, we've got money, some of which obviously is going to deplete when we inevitably get players joining us. Yeah, it's a release clause. Yeah. He's very fucking good. It's a third player in that position, admittedly. And he's not actually even comfortable playing that role yet. But he's good on both feet, which means we could actually train him on both sides. We could train him to play wingback on both sides of the pitch. Because he's not got any familiarity, really, with either. We could have him as an option for both sides. Which would give us the ultimate in versatility, especially as we're going to be looking for a Vida replacement. And I wonder if Marcus could actually be the Vida replacement. And it would allow us to play Palacio more centrally. And he could even do a job at the work rate would probably make him a bit iffy on the ball in midfielder, because I really want like 15 plus on that. Great natural fitness. I think we just go for it. We're going to sell people in January. There are going to be some outs. Could I maybe swizzle them? They probably won't go for it, but it's worth a go. That takes us to 12. And then I'll throw in like an extra sneaky bit on top of it. Because that would be barely anything in the long run. Even if we pay a bit more up front, it's minimal. Okay. I suspect... Great. There we go, and we're back. Ah, someone sat on the wire again, it would seem. Little bit of a blip. Little wee blip there. Yeah, a lowercase f, if you will. I think with a guy like this, because they don't want to sell, clearly, because his release clause is far too small for his actual quality, we're going to have to just pay it. Yeah, you might have to refresh the stream. So what was it? 13 million. We have to buy him now as well, because if we wait any longer, the other clubs will just come and steal him from us. Whereas they will be less... They'll be sort of dormant this time of year. What I want to do as well, actually, is ignore guys we're kind of already scouted on and see if there's anyone else that stands out in here too. So what we were looking for is agility and balance. Let me just move this along a little bit. So highly agile, boys and girls. Noel Foster at FC Dallas. Good name. I think he could be Tommen, yeah. Or just a guy we keep, frankly. Who else we got? Wellington guy. There's a CNEP student as well, actually. Alpha Bar. My goodness. I'm suddenly getting wicked flashbacks. That was a musical theatre joke there for those who enjoy those. 6K. Yeah, he's 18 actually. Problem is, now we're looking for players for us more than we were looking for like the Lone Farm guys again. We've actually somehow got really selfish about this. There is some quality in here. T-Grade, yeah. Luke Higgins. This guy here. Oh, Wellington Phoenix. There he is. Yeah, 12 caps for New Zealand. He's not bad. That's not bad. Yeah, I want to pursue this other guy first, because I know that wasn't what our intentions were with doing that type of scouting, but I'm now really I'm really interested, chap. They've accepted it, of course, but will he talk to us? Fringe player. That's fine, bruv. Man, you guy. Even if he is, I bet you he's nowhere near as good as... Basically, if he's at another club, he's a third of the price, and... Ah, shit, that's annoying. We're going to have to be a bit careful here, because we do want a long... Why can I know from a 5-year contract? But I want the extra 2 years. Okay, cool. You've got to dump that one way higher. He as good as he looks, I mean, I bet he was, what was he, £40 million or something? Him being at Man United is basically what stops us from signing. Unless they get released, they're almost impossible. I mean, maybe I'm about to be wrong. But I would be willing to bet that this guy is worth £40 million. These are not... He's nowhere near as good. And he's 2 years older. And 35 to £40 million, £40,000 a week. This is why I just don't bother signing players from Man United or even looking at them for the most part, because they're just not worth it, ever. There's such bad value for money in these types of players. The only time you can ever really... justify it is when there's an absolute worldie. Like, for example, that guy Trubovic that I bought off of PSG in that save before. Or was it Man City, where I spent like 40 million on him? Because he was legit... Wow, that was quick. Oh, no, it hasn't gone through yet. Yeah, English tax, especially for clubs like United, is just too high. Reynoso's up to 3-star CA now. 7 in 8 starts. He's done very well this year. Been super impressed with him. Phil Foden works out, but that's because he was released. It's the only way you can get those kind of guys, really, realistically, anyway. Okay, anything interesting in there? No. Is EFC. What's EFC? Oh, in a contract, yeah. Yeah, me too. Pretty much. You can get great bargains there, though. That is the time to sign up English players. Released English players that are like between the ages of 23 and 19. And actually are released by big clubs. You can get some bargains from them. Not only can you get good players, but they always have good value because English tax. So you can sell them back as homegrown guys and get a shitload of cash. Right, this is rotation, isn't it? I'll just do a pick advice anyway, just to see. East of Cornwall, always. Isn't that just the rest of England? Right, we want, for this game... He's just played better than Perez, hasn't he? He just has. He wanted by anyone. I'll start Esfandiari. Watching this game. Oh, well, this is a league game, so we're not really asked about league games. Particularly as we win the league every year anyway. We mostly just focus on the Champions League stuff these days. Villarreal. Padilla, we want to keep you fresh because we can actually play you against Juve, which is crazy. Pereira, I guess. Pebbles is definitely not starting. Which means, Jesus Christ, we are really light there because of all these AFCONs and injuries. Sounds like the name of a romantic comedy novel. AFCONs and injuries. Yeah, Hammer are in 8th, which is crazy. They have had a bit... I mean, it's probably because of the European football that's kind of getting in the way. Cedar Castera, obviously. I'm not a madman. Palacio, we rest out for... Oh, dear. God, we are light there as well, aren't we? I guess we'll put Admilson Silva in. He's not going to like it, but he is in. I really shouldn't be playing Richard Curtis for these games. I should be playing... Oh, no, Vida played last game. That makes total sense to play Richard Curtis then. There we go, cool. Yeah, when we signed Lahovi, he was 2.5 4-star. And then he just exploded. into the player that he was. He was literally a guy that we thought had good attributes, who would be a nice little backup jobby for Palacio, and now he gives him a run for his money every season and arguably could even be considered better. I didn't even take Palacio out. Oh, I put Vieira in, that's who. How is Vieira looking these days, development-wise? It's solid. He's been at the club for, what, nearly a year now? Did you change Palacio? Oh, no, sorry, yeah, I realised there's a bit of a delay there, isn't there? Yeah, Cide Castera, he's knackered. There's no way Palacio is going to be... Sorry, there's no way Cide Castera is going to continue being good. He's not going to put up points again. Who does he think he is? Leon Draisaitl? Although I actually don't think he got a point last night, did he? Hey, there you go. Brother has failed. PCC could not carry us through, but Facundo Pereira sure did. Perez did score, though, incredibly, off the bench. Javad Esfandiari gets a goal, but 2 more goals for Facundo Pereira for Hamrun. He now has 10 and 14 while out on loan. Good God, he's the pride of Hamrun right now. Yeah, how dare they sack Paul off? I think he was still having an alright game before that as well. And it all changed. Actually, to be fair, it was us coming from behind, wasn't it? Because Zola did okay, though. Oh, well, it's dropped points, but we're still 3 points. I love that Goodyear are second in the league with a negative goal difference. They're slowly pulling it back. Yeah, he was 2.5 star. Wait, is he 3 star now? Christ. Yeah, he was 2.5 star when we got the loan out, because when they got the Champions League, they were able to have better players, basically, that were willing to join them. So we were able to give them some absolutely ridiculous talent on the final day of the window. They've got like 3 forward players that are all way too good for them, and it's perfect. And it's 2-year deals as well, because it was a part exchanged offer. Sweetie would again. Hibernians lose to Zabar. Don't let Zabar back into this. No. They've had their moment. There was a time and a place for Zabar, and that time and a place has left us. AFCON. How's AFCON going, actually? What's looking up in AFCON? Guinea-Bissau winning their group. Well. That's a tough-ass group with Mali and Ivory Coast in it, and they've done well to get wins against, presumably, Uganda, and, wow, 2-0 against Ivory Coast. Holy Lord. Congo with a good performance, too. Cabo Verde doing good stuff. Egypt's really struggling. Adrian's in absolute tatters right now. Libya, unfortunately, not doing very well. Nigeria said that's more standard. Yeah, the weird shit's happening in the top 2 groups, it would seem. Oh, no, this is the guy that we nearly picked up on a free transfer, but we were hoping one of the other Maltese sides would go. You hate to see it. Was that a typo, really? Default Austria came a bit. I think so. Yeah, Austria's rules are pretty relaxed. It's just it starts quite high up, so this is why I haven't touched it. But I think it's a really good like beginner ban, I would say, because you get to start a bit higher. You've got some great clubs that can really help you. The youth level's good. There's a lot of ways that you can have success there, I would say. It's been good, Thomas. We've won a game in Europe, lost a game in Europe. Hopefully going to make that go 2 and 1 with our next game, but not ideal. Found potentially the long-term successor to somehow both fullback spots, and it's the same guy. Yeah, I mean, you could take an Austrian second-tier side, get them promoted, and you've got such a wealth of teams that are ready to help you. It might even just take you a little while just to establish yourself in Austria, because the other teams are so good. Pies on the move. Daniel, who are you? I feel like he was one of the... Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like he was one of the guys that has the weird... not weird, but second nationality. I should be leaving. Are they... That's the team that's like an affiliate club, is it not? Yeah, I'm also... Admira Vaca are... They have insane... I think they've got one of the best sort of youth setups. First, like, proper ever little streams I've ever did was with Admira Vaca. What about Dakasuka Core? Oh, Mame Samba, not quite. First Vienna. Well, fair enough. One player from each nationality in Austria. Wow. Yeah, that's the cool thing. Certain saves, you just realise you can kind of pivot. Like, as much as that was never my plan, back when I did Red Star Belgrade, in a way, there was building a nation elements in that, because I was starting to root for the other Serbian sides in Europe at times. Before I even really felt like this was even a thing you could do. Who's the top scorer on loan? It's Nkobo, followed by Roy, who has actually lost a bit of potential there, it would seem. tough registration rules. I don't know exactly what the rules are, so I probably wouldn't do it. But if they've got tough registration rules, that should tell you all you need to know. It will be very difficult. I mean, it's difficult enough as it is, but with the tough registration rules, whatever they may be, you're going to just find it extra difficult. And it's like, it's tough as it is. Do you really want to make it hard? Good youth come through. We had Matthew Side. He was the closest. And even he's like, not amazing, really. I mean, by Maltese standards, he fully is. But I think attribute-wise, he's very solid. Stars relying on Roy. I simply do not know. It's tough to call. Matthew, he's pretty good. I just don't think he's going to get any better than what he currently is. And it's a shame we can't see his development because he's out on loan still and has now been for 8 years. He's just really solid. Like 53 caps for Malta at 25. I believe he's the only like proper match 5 non-Europeans in match squad. That's pretty tough. Particularly where to actually get any kind of real progress, you're going to have to be signing from South America and Africa really, really fast. Because that's where the bargains can be had. Oh yeah, I don't see anyone coming through any better than him in this. I think we've already had the best Maltese youth player we're going to get. God, I love seeing all these like 4 and 5 star guys out on loan and actually not at like foreign clubs like Torres, Pereira, Mensah. If he could, he has to play. We're going to have to recall him in January, I think. It's a waste of talent. I tell you what, actually, he might even be able to do. There's a hell of a player in Mensah as well. But the fact that Sweetie don't play it's weird that they wanted him on loan at all when they don't play a system that uses his position. It wasn't like he was a part exchange one. He was just the one they wanted for some reason. I'm now not entirely sure why they did. Sauerschnig is in. Calling now, let us rotate the league. Yeah, honestly, not bad idea. Because we're going to recall him anyway, and he's not going to play. And it might give us that little bit of gap that we can maybe find him a proper loan in January. Like, maybe if we leave it a few weeks, when he does come back, when he's back, and then it's January again, maybe we can get him somewhere out. Like, yeah, he feels like he's one of our future guys. He's so well-rounded in the midfield. 275 grand. He already has played a couple of times. I think if he was going to play in this team, he'd kind of have to be the AP. But he is missing a little bit with that, with the dribbling, and his passing and vision are not amazing. But he's still only 19. He's very good, though. With him and Osei, are they both Ghanaian? Or is he... Oh, as if it's done that. See, look, there you go. That was the glitch right there. See, he's Ghanaian. Look, that was in the middle of me talking to you about it. It randomly glitched out and wouldn't show me the potentials of the players. That's what happened at the start of the stream, too. So weird. But now it's back again. It's like the game gets tricked into thinking that you're managing Sweetie. It's like it suddenly starts to believe that you're in charge of the other team, and that's why it doesn't display it properly. Because that's why it goes blue, isn't it? Really odd. So Sauerschnig's in. Damn. Sloan League. League reputation is, well, it was, but it's not anymore, because obviously we are a regular knockout Champions League team. The fact is, talent's all relative, right? So the talent we're buying now is players that we could never have any reasonable hope of signing in the past. But when we first started out, we were signing guys from, like, because we're obviously in Malta, we were picking up players from Africa who don't have the same level of reputation to the point where they're not going to want to come to you. Turn 90 before he joins. It sucks, but I still think he's worth it. Happy to return to Sirens. I will bet you back on the dev list, though, just in case there's interest in Jan, and also make you the senior squad for the time being. But, yeah, so you have to start slow. Like, you're not going to be able to sign these guys straight off the bat, but you can build your way up to it. So you find a couple of guys who are... You can find good players in leagues that are less well-known. Like, searching in Africa especially. There are certain South American countries are also really good. Not like the big ones in Brazil and Argentina. But we found a Colombian amateur player in, like... When was Palacio signing for us? This should be... I think it's probably the best indicator for us is Palacio. So he signed for us in Season 5. And we weren't that good in Season 5. We'd played in the Europa League once or twice. But that's about it. And you can get some really good players spawning. Like this guy here came through a club called Alianza Valenata, which is a literal amateur side. In fact, no, is it even an amateur side? I think it's like a youth team, is it not? They play in the Colombia Under-20 Division 1.
Oh, yes, very soon.
Either way,
They are building it now.
that's who he came from, and he was an amateur player. And we just found him by looking for amateur players. That's why I feel like in the first stages, the amateur method the Belgian amateur method, if you like, is so crucial because you get those guys that you would simply not have any reasonable right to be able to have otherwise, and he just happens to be goated. Easily the best amateur player I've ever bought, without a shadow of a doubt. Gummisall, I must have missed that, so thank you so much for the follow. And say hi to God. Hi, God. How's it going? Thank you for the follow. Young guys are free agents. Maybe, but the problem with the Brazilian ones is I find that their reputations are slightly higher because of Brazil, and I find that it's not as easy to pick them up. And also, they will sometimes want more money. But hey, I really like Colombia initially for that. Colombia, Belgium, those European leagues that give you the amateur players are goated. So good. Yeah, but like I said, Brazil, Argentina, those players are not going to be... You have to start somewhere. And I feel like with Argentinian players, you're not going to find it as easy to bring them across. Basically. Nick, thank you very much for the follow. It's all baby steps. Then you can start to work up to them. I always go straight for Colombia first. Oh yeah, no, if they're under contract, don't even touch them, really. Lower League Spain can be sometimes really good because of the random release clauses. But also there are certain Spanish clubs that will just produce ridiculous talent from time to time. Yeah, I don't even bother with Argentina. Notice that all those random guys we've got out on loan are all Brazilian because you can't do that with Argentinian players. I can literally just scout for random guys at Brazilian clubs who have a transfer value of 0 and then sign 10 of them a year. You can't do that with Argentina. It's his left back's birthday. I've been told that it's right before he signs for us, so unfortunately he's not going to count. Yeah, it's the 19th of December, so it's like a week and a bit, but it is what it is. It's not the end of the world. The fact that he's good enough to make an impact on our starting 11 almost immediately. Not starting 11, sorry. He's like a backup, but yeah. Third Bundesliga. Oh, yeah. Third tier of Germany is probably too high for that. But the fact is, if you're in Germany, then you've actually got less issues than you think because, one, the rules are really relaxed on player registration. In addition, with the right loans, you could easily become a Zweite Bundesliga team, I would have thought, fairly quickly. And I don't think the gap's actually that big. And with Germany, you won't have to worry about convincing players to join you because Germany, you won't have infrastructure issues. Or you'll have a huge advantage, actually, by being in Germany. You can't field non-EU players. Oh, really? Interesting. Where's he going to play? Both right and left. He's going to be our new right and left wing-back. Would you put 5 years to count? Maybe. We'll have to see. I mean, if he is, it's kind of one of those things where I'm happy either way, but if he is, then it's a huge bonus. You release player list. Yeah. When it comes to the massive leagues, I find that it's actually... You need to take an entirely different approach to scouting, but it's really easy to do. 3 non-EU players. I feel like you could easily get out of the third tier of Germany, though, doing that with just some loans from like better German sides and a couple of free agents. Right. Padilla's not registered, is he? Of course he's not. So we can't play Padilla anyway. Because we didn't put him in the squad for obvious reasons. Oh my days. Are we missing someone through suspension now? No, it's have to be Pebbles there, isn't it? Oh, we can't play, Jesus Christ. Okay. So it's going to have to be Pebbles and Asai. Asai's going to have to start here. And then... Reynoso has played better than Perez. What's that big matches? He likes them. What about Reynoso? He could take him or leave him. I'm going to keep... Where's Longo? I don't know. I think he may be suspended. That's the only thing I can think of because he wasn't injured as far as I know. Or was he? Either way, he's not here. I'm going to start Perez. Perez and Villarreal. Right. In the mud. We are in the mud just because of the injuries. Injuries and AFCON basically have killed us lately. Yeah, it's not great, is it? But what can you do? Right. We've beaten Juve before, but with a much better side. Best regens. I mean, varies from same to same. I don't remember who actually has the highest youth rating. Doesn't Egypt have an obscenely high youth rating? But I always look for... But Egyptian players tend to cost more. Nigeria, Senegal, Ivory Coast, Tunisia and Morocco, but again, you'll have to pay more money, generally speaking. I believe Egypt actually has the highest. South Africa are good too. Ghana. Any of those kind of guys, really. Those are like the basic guys that you'll get good players from. But yeah, with Egypt and Tunisia, especially Egypt, but Tunisia as well and Algeria, and Morocco, you get some really good players, but you will have to pay through the nose. But the ones I really like are Ghana, Mali, Senegal, South Africa, Ivory Coast, that kind of era. Guinea as well sometimes, actually. Oh, yeah, Dr. Congo, too. Occasionally Mr. Congo, but it's usually Dr. Congo. Equatorial Guinea, I find the best Equatorial Guinean players tend not to come through Equatorial Guinean clubs. I've always found them better at Spanish sides. You do see them, but they tend to come through Spanish clubs rather than Equatorial Guineans. Yeah, no, if you've actually looked at them, Egypt is so high. It's insanely good. Angola yeah, no, it's a great shout, actually. No, I agree, Johnny. We've, in the last couple of saves, have got some brilliant Angolan players. Dala, in the last save, was a left back for this club, for MTK for like 15 years. In this save, we've got Ambrosio, who's a Angolan goalkeeper who's brilliant. And I think we've got another Angolan dude who I quite like the look of too. Cape Verde as well. Yeah, the best ones come through a Portuguese side, you're right. I've never really found a good Cape Verdean at a Cape Verdean club. They tend to come through Portuguese. Dala was amateur, yeah. Yeah, Dala was amateur. Like, African nations where you're not going to get great players from, like Namibia, places like that. I've never found a great Namibian. South Africa, I find you get the... You're right, it's kind of mid-level, isn't it? I rarely ever get, like, super elite guys from South Africa. But you get some really nice middling talent, I suppose. I think Moses Mayeni is probably the best South African player I've had. And he was goated. Right, massive result needed here. I think Cameroon are playing at the same time as us as well, aren't they? Oh, no, this is the match day that they took off. Hayasie, I think it probably is Palacio. The game seems to think so. Speed and camera. So speed, I have it at just above center because I find that the game looks kind of weird when it's at like the normal speed. I always look at above 1, and then I have it on TV, camera height like that, and then camera zoom just a few notches in. We used to have it fully out, but we've actually changed it lately. East Africa, yes. I feel like out of those, the one you're most likely to see is possibly occasionally a Mozambique dude, but again, that's more likely a Portuguese club. And sometimes South Sudanese players, I find. Never normally pure Sudanese, but like South Sudan. Oh, good, we're losing already. Low budget crypto, thank you for the follow. We're losing again. This is annoying. That was poor from, that was really bad from Gert. There's no reason he has to head that there. Just control it. In-game camera, I just showed it. Like less than 20 seconds ago, but that is the in-game camera in case you would miss it somehow. Right, we've got this. It's a blip, I grant you, but we will get there. This needs to be a win though. If we're gonna get top 8, this has to be a win. Okay. Oh, go on, short one. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful. It is not offside. That is the short free kicks I was on about. Oh, we've got them doing them from wide and now also deep. We are level. Look at that for a little pop around the side from Gert Gillet. Villarreal, brilliant finish. Glad we started him. Nice little free kick routine. Get in. Villarreal 1, Juventus 1. Yeah, he's miles onside. That touch is actually really good. The fact that he's finished that too. Tanzania are actually underrated. We found some pretty tasty Tanzanians in this save too. Yeah, his name is Villarreal. His name is Nauyas Villarreal. We got him on a free transfer. He's Mexican. The start of last season, and he's been really, really good. As like a second choice striker that can just do stuff for us. Come on, Derek. If Derek has a great game today, I'll be very impressed. Oh, flick it down. Here we go. Krastev to the rescue. Oh, he's cutting through. Oh, he's going all the way through. Krastev! Okay, you cannot be shooting from there, bud. I love you, and you're great. And you're running like an absolute weapon, but that's fine. Oh, dear. Right, come on. Ball in. Oh. Any other continent department? For what? As in, like, I guess we could talk about African wonder kids. I guess, like, you will find good players in Asia too. It's just that the pickings are not quite as broad, I suppose. Oh, hang on, back post, nearly. Okay, we've looked solid in the first 15, I would say. Oh, Gert Gillet again. Go on. Oh, that's a really nice piece of defending, actually. Japan, Korea, Thailand are pretty decent too. Derek, space for Lahovi. Go on, drill it across. Oh, it's glorious. 2-1. Juan Carlos Perez, he just scores us. Anything just now? At the moment, I'm doing another agent video. I'm recording it tomorrow. It's been out to Krastev. I think that's what I've been trying to say. I have It's because I was calling him Krastev for such a long time because that's how it was spelt. Someone corrected me. I've been trying to get it better, but I'm not going to say it right every time. I'm not a Bulgarian natural speaker, but I'm doing my best. But yeah, I'm doing a retro agent video tomorrow. So it's an agent video on a retro database, and it's really cool. I'm using one of Mad Scientist's ones. I've never really experimented with them before, but they are kind of sick. Africa's better for North America for talent. Oh, massively. Purely because there's more potential options in African nations than there is North America. There's less good player producing nations in North America. You've got some of the Central American ones, essentially, that still count as North America. MLS players are really hard to get because they're really expensive, and Mexico, for the most part. Otherwise, you're looking at like your Costa Ricas and whatnot, who are good, really good. That's a good touch here. Perez is in behind. Can he make it 3? Okay, that's better. That's much more like it. 3-1 up in the first half in 20 minutes. Hot damn. But yeah, no, apologies I get Krustev's name wrong. It's a tough one because it's not spelled like that, and it's taken me a little while to get into the habit of saying it correctly. That was a great pass from Palacio. Perez is actually having a good day. 3-1 up already. Anyone else feel like... We've had 3 shots as well. Derek's looked really comfortable in the midfield in this game so far. I've been surprised at how comfortable he's looked on the ball. And Palacio is the libero too. It's good. You're not good. I know it's Nicolas, chat. Mid-level talents. Yeah, occasionally you get like your marathon man. But they are still there. But yeah, if I'm getting a choice of like Africa scouting or North America scouting, it's Africa every single time. Because there's just such a larger quantity of good nations to get players from there, I would say. Bubble tea
yes, very soon.
Shrinker. Thank you for the
They
follow.
are building it now.
Nearly got me there, but I didn't fall for it. Which is unusual for me. We could easily not be 3-1 up in this game. Usually we miss these kind of chances. So it's nice to see us actually do it for once. Playing reasonably okay in this game. As long as we don't balls it up in the second half, I'd be very impressed with us. Lahovi's been great. Juzanovic has actually put in a good performance for once. Krastev is doing his bits, isn't he? Pebbles has been a little bit carried. I still think he's more comfortable deeper. Consistent production. Yeah, with Mexican clubs, you can generally speak and get what you want. But you're not going to get the quantity, perhaps. We've only really been recently starting to raid the Mexican clubs like Pachuca and such. And it's great. Oh, just wide. It's nice to see Perez actually scoring a little bit, yeah. Supposed to be good and never got later version. I actually was thinking about doing exactly that, Bavsphere. It's just a question of the logistics on it. It becomes tough as to how I would actually go about doing that. But it's definitely on the list. But I still want to... I'm thinking about doing that Youth Academy series because I think it would genuinely be quite fun. Is that just off the upright? That's a goal kick. Yeah, we've not really created a great quantity of chances in this game. We're actually maybe even slightly fortunate to be in the position we're in. But we take fortunate results occasionally. Probably should freshen things up a little bit here now. Right, although the bench is so drab. As good as Perez has been, and he has been good. Actually, no, I'll get Renault someone for Villarreal, because Perez deserves to keep his spot here. I guess Cazorla... No, can I bring on Pebbles and bring someone else on further up? No. No, I can't. I'm not putting Birkeland as an attacking midfielder. That would be bad news. The benches, we could get Krastev off. Yeah, that'll do. The Youth Academy. I don't know what the Youth Academy challenge is, but the one I was talking about on stream last week. That's why we were talking about Beaconsfield. Space Wall. Stadium hype be negative. Yes, you can, but it doesn't have any effect. So yes, you can. My God, we got away with that. So basically, we tried this with the Everest video last year. You can adjust things to be below sea level as well, but it has no effect on the matches because the game doesn't have negative altitude programmed to have any effect. I'm not sure what it would have anyway because you'd have to be underwater, I suppose, technically. So yeah, it doesn't really have any real noticeable effects. No, it would be youth intakes only. So literally, it would be I'd only be allowed to use players from the youth intake itself. That's it. So it would, because it would always be terrible for content. That's going to be a red, isn't it? Oh no. Yeah, because of Bolivia, yeah. Be awful. I think it'd be quite fun. But hey, each their own, right? That's the beautiful thing. Unless you're a huge nation. Well, it'd be in England with Beaconsfield. So you'd get the benefit of England's youth rating and Beaconsfield's 14 youth recruitment, more importantly. Negative altitude. Yeah, I think there are, but my point is that it's a negative altitude, but it's like marginal. So it will have a minimal effect on things essentially. So it's not worth them actually programming stuff. They wouldn't be buying anything because you'd be using only youth products. Perez, oh, it's in! Holy God! What a goal from Perez! It's a hat trick. This is the man we know. This is the play. Was this Vida with an assist as well? Oh no, it wasn't. It was Pebbles. What a pass! Out of his feet and just bangs it. Love that. Get 3 A ratings in a row. I mean, I think you've answered your own question, really. You get 3 A ratings in a row. That's what happens. You are completely at the behest of it, of course, but bear in mind, it wouldn't be like a series that you'd watch like by seasons. It'd be like every video would be 10 years. Love that. We've got very lucky to win that game 4-1. Didn't we have almost the reverse result of this against PSG last year? Am I allowed to buy them back? No. Because you're only using loan projects, so you'd only be able to... you wouldn't be able to buy anybody because you'd only be able to use players that came through the academy. So if they're no longer in the academy, then they're gone. There wouldn't be anything like that. We wouldn't be able to buy any players at all. That's the whole point of it. If you try and make 3, it takes work. Yeah, of course you do. But that's part of the fun of the save, isn't it? That you have to think on your feet a little bit. I'm not saying you have to do the save. I'm just saying I'm thinking of doing that as a save for some fun. Right. Well, have Hong Kong actually got any good results yet? They got to win. Really hard. Oh yeah, that's the whole point though. I wanted it to be hard. Rebuy a player from your academy that's sold from your scenario. No, like I just said. You can only use players that are from your academy that are in it currently. Save like this, incredibly low leagues of England, Spain. Oh, what, for like youth academy only? Yeah, you have to go somewhere where you've got a good youth rating, basically. The downside, of course, though, is you are going to be competing against a lot of other teams for those same players. The rules, well, I wasn't planning on using any specific rules. I was just going to make my own stuff up, right? Players for 1 season? No, because you just sign them to contracts, right? You can keep the players. Current squad selection. No, you start with the squad that you've got. You're not going to be silly about it. You'd be able to use the players that you've actually got at the club when you start there. Otherwise, it's just ridiculous, right? I think people are just being a bit silly. Like, it's just a youth academy saying only like 1 club men. Yeah, exactly. And no loans, obviously. Yeah, but obviously loans out. It's fine. Yeah. Can't sell players or renew contracts. That would be very tough. Youth academy. Leaf. I'm sorry. It's just the rules, which I've now decided. Yeah, bear in mind, I was just saying I would quite like to do as a normal youth academy challenge. I know, I wasn't saying it wasn't a normal youth academy challenge. I don't know where this idea has come from. I was just saying I'm thinking of doing that for a video. It's not going to be in space or nothing. Useless streamer, get rid. And now we've got our own youth intake. Yeah, basically, it's just going to be a video series where I use Beaconsfield rather. I'm only allowed to use players that come through their academy during the save, except for players that are at the club at the start, obviously, and then we kind of go from there. That's it. That's it. That's the video. Something wild. I mean, I think it's hard enough, to be honest. Did I go to Slam Dunk in a minute? No, but I did see lots of videos of it. It did look really sick. I saw like Lucas from Holding Absence playing with Funeral for a Friend, which was really dope. But what is a youth player? Very true. Allons-y, chat, which is French for we move. It's not, but it's close. Right. Okay. Sirens youth intake. Is a 16-year-old child? Ah, sorry, Beatsicles. This may not be the video for you. It did look very muddy, yeah. But you're not allowed to sign people to fill gaps. Nah, see, caveats, not having it. Something keeps thinking of 100 bits. Do more. Oh no, fair enough. Totally. I totally understood it, but I thought I'd answered the question pretty clearly. But yeah, just normal, really. Hello, Schuber. How are you? I'll be a lot better if this is good. Oh, change the minimum age of players to club to lower. Oh, really? Does it have an effect that we could then make fun of? Squidneck, thank you very much for the follow. I should also... There's a lot of follows today, so I appreciate that. Thank you very much. If you are new and you've enjoyed today, in some way, drop a follow. I'd appreciate that. I stream Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays. Right, let's go. But the twist is you can sign... Yeah, youth intake challenge, but the twist is I can only sign 35-year-olds, because they're in someone's youth intake, right? Charlie, thank you for the follow. Right, okay, here we go. It's going to be E-rated half-star, isn't it?
Off the Pope hat.
It may as well have been. Youth facilities. I mean, the youth facilities are very good, but that doesn't affect the youth intake itself, unfortunately. I think we've got... Oh, no, I think we're at 18 out of 20 on youth facilities, aren't we? Yeah, we can't upgrade them at the moment until we use it. So, we've got double Ds. If nothing else, chat. So, these players better be the tits. Yeah, it's going to be an absolute nonsense youth intake with no one of note in it, pretty much, innit? It's... Yeah, it's exactly what we'd expect. Pretty much. Right, what we got here? Sweetie. Are away at Trabzonspor. Why is it always Trabzonspor? It is... I swear they are unavoidable. Trabzonspor, chat, are inevitable. What is it for wingers? Did it say anything about wingers? There are lots of wingers... I totally see your point. Yeah, it's not even mentioning... Yeah, can I get these guys for Beaconsfield? A lot of... No, but it's saying in the system. But normally it's like they're not good. It's just like, they're here. Well, hey. Yeah, no, I think that would be cool, Slipknot. And you used to be able to do that with... I swear one of the hockey games you could kind of do that. Anyway, close to potential. I guess it depends on what you're doing currently, right? Because for all we know, you may already do... I mean, the key things to developing players are obviously having good training schedules that aid them in their development. Game time is important over anything else, but having good facilities for the players to train in as well helps
nice
as well.
Youth I gave. I can't remember the last time I got double D'd.
Oh, you just wait, Babsphere. You just wait. Thank you for the 100 bits. Right. Follow me this long. Well, I mean, you knew when I was streaming, didn't you, too? A Wales Build Nation. I have not, but the only person I know who has had all sorts of issues with it. Alice? Sometimes I'll just say that and hope that she appears out of nowhere. Like a spectre in the night. Like a tiny ghost. Poor Renata. It's... Yeah, and I don't think it's going to get any better. I suspect that you'll rock up at F25 and find that it's, like, identical. Still FIFA Manager 08. Oh, I do remember doing shit like that. That was great. The Hoyd. Well, the Hoyd is implanting his personality, apparently. She's streaming. Oh, there you go. We can go ask her. Or rate her later. Right. We've got... Goodja hosting Rapid VN. I'm not expecting anything from that, lads. Big car away at Karabag. I am expecting something from that. You better get something. Oh, wait, manager. As a person who began my lives... Of course, Amy is as well, isn't she? Yeah. And, yeah, I began my lives doing, in terms of management stuff, playing FIFA Manager. Well, on PC anyway. I had some, like, Premier League Manager back in the day on stuff, but it just weren't that good. I remember having this other game as a kid that I used to rent from, like, get from the library sometimes, right? And it was every, like, highlight that you would see, which, because it had, like, a match engine, but you never actually saw it. It would only show you highlights and stuff, and it was, like, one of about 7 things could happen, and you'd see the same thing no matter what. The ball would always just go in the top corner, or it would, like, hit the bar, or it would hit the goalkeeper. That was it. Every single highlight. This was, like, 1998, in fairness. There used to be, like, an F1 manager game back then. I think it was called, like, Grand Prix Manager or something. So, yeah. Oh, is this one of the guys? So that, yeah, he actually has found a club. He's at Figura United. Still is an F1 manager. Yeah, no, I'm aware. Oh my God. I am aware that there is currently one. I didn't think I'd need to specify. Hey, person. Grand Prix 1, it might have been that. Sorry, yeah, I should stress, when I'm saying things, I'm not saying that other things don't exist. Like, next time I say I like Doritos, it's not me implying that Pringles don't exist. It's fine, I just love that. It was just coming on from the back of the Youth Academy Challenge thing. I just enjoyed that. What, Pringles? Never heard of him, mate, yeah? Oh, Football Manager, you say? No, I heard about that from a man called Will Still. You may be familiar with his work. But yeah, I think it was called like Grand Prix Manager or maybe it was actually Grand Prix World, as it goes. okay at best. Yeah, I want to play another hockey management game. I really do. Because I like the management side, like the GMing element of things when it comes to hockey games. So I'm tempted to just go like proper like old school, literally just find some tactics, download them like that, and just use that as the tactics for the game. Because I still don't understand hockey tactics. I'm getting better at it, but my God, it's, yeah. Do you know what, Will Still? I did. I know exactly what you're about to say, right? Ginger. What a chap. Where a sweetie? Ah, dear. Oh, that's unfortunate, but it happens, right? Retro Bowl. Not familiar with it. Pentagon Country, you know he is. FM but hockey. It kind of, I mean, there's EHM and FHM. One has more titties than the other. Speaking of titties, Pog, how's it going, love? How are you? There's been lots of shitty kids around because it's half term. Better, simpler. Oh, yeah. I mean, until they get a proper competitor, that's never going to change, is it? Although it looks like FIFA are signing to do with 2K, which would be interesting. Grand Prix Manager games. The latter was Grand Prix World, and the season. Yeah, it was 1998. That's definitely the one I played then. It was so much fun. I loved that game. And I loved Motorsport Manager as well. I thought it was dope. Right, what about Europa Conference League? 1FM said, God. Haven of concept. Even Junior seems barely... I guess. But like, I watch like Hockey Psychology and channels like that do try to at least explain... Like, I notice I'm getting better at seeing things, especially when it comes to like PK and power play stuff. I've noticed that some teams like operating like a diamond and some using like a box strategy when it comes to PK, but that's about as far as I've got so far. I agree, Usual Suspect. I think it's way better, yeah. EHM05. Yeah, I'm trying to think which one was the one that FM like rebooted, if you like. Because I played that for a little bit. In space. Scout on Higher Aliens. Now you're talking. That's the kind of video I'd love to make. Just started going out with a Nottingham Mavericks player. No way! That's sick. Nottingham Mavericks? Is that a different team? I swear it was the Nottingham Panthers, or am I thinking of someone else? Another club? Or is that just like another team in Nottingham? Maybe I'm wrong. Much improved for next year, which is why I didn't buy it last year, because it looked to me like one of those things where it was just going to turn into cyclical stuff. No, I think I agree, Stu. I think it was missing a lot of the things that made... or in the top league. Oh, I see. Yeah, sorry, that's what I was thinking. If I recall, I was proper hyped about F1 Manager, and I was actually nearly gonna buy it and actually potentially even make content on it, right? But then I watched some other people play it, and it looked like it was quite surface level, and it lacked the depth, especially long term, to get what you wanted out of a game if you like the itch that FM scratches, for example, which I imagine a lot of us do, otherwise we wouldn't be here, right? Tennis Manager. I have zero interest in tennis, so even if the game was really good, I don't think I'd be able to play it because I just have... I'd be such a... Zealand's way better or something like that because I think he actually likes tennis. So I've the amount of times I've been offered to play Tennis Manager, every single year they email me. Curling Manager. Yeah, I'm in. I'm in on Curling Manager. No, I bet it is. It's just I have so little interest in tennis that I just don't think I'd be interested enough to actually play the goal. My God. American Patrick. Jason Biggs. I've not had Jason Biggs before. That's a new one. Could we talk about Goodyear 4, Rapid VN 1? They've just beaten Rapid... Is it because we just stole their right back? Goodyear are quite good, aren't they? That's really fortunate. And they kept the Wonder Kid on the bench. They're keeping him fresh for us. Gloucester cheese roll manager. God, mate of mine was like... He loves a good cheese roll. Look at these numbers that Birkikara are putting up. The XG in their European games is filth. I think this is like the third or fourth time this season that they've created over 3.5 XG in a European game. See, if they did a NASCAR Manager, I'd be all over that shit. The Schwa wouldn't cope. That's insane. Kieran Warner, I think, was a really, really nice pickup for them. Because he came back from the loan at Melita because they got relegated, and we actually managed to get him out again, and he is a really... He could be an elite winger one day. Yeah, Air League's only like 31, I think. Yeah, he's still only 31 years old. Killing it for Birkikara. Has been for 9 years. Mobile only. Yeah, I can't be asked for stuff like that. I had the mod for Motorsport Manager that let you do NASCAR a little bit, but it wasn't great, obviously, because it's not designed for that. Hang on, 5 Schwars in their name. Who has the Schwars? Oh, is it this guy here? Oh my lord, look at Holy Mother of Schwars. No, Hadrian, that's 6 schwas. Look, schwa, 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 schwa. Bro, he's got Schwick schwas. He's not even a real player. Oh, I wish we could sign him just for the schwa. Inferno's missing out on... Oh, there he is. Oh, dear. Karabakh scouted. I assume so. Yes, well, the squads of theirs that actually matter. What? Oh, schwa. It's the letter in this guy's name. The sort of upside down backwards E thing. And he's got 6 of them. And they're all perfectly separate. Oh, no, they're not. Love it. That's just great news. Because that's what? 2 wins there. So yeah, 3 more wins. Are we above 10 now? We're still above England on the year. We are still above England. 11.1 points for Malta this season. Holy God! We've nearly caught the total tally of last year, and we've not even got close to the group stage yet. That's wild. The fact that we're above England still.
Cooper,
They'll honestly get us at the end, but
I am familiar with over 600 dance moves, and I
we are getting close. We're above the Danish as well now. We're catching the Dutch, although they're having a really good season themselves. Whoa. Yeah, we're losing a 12 point year, but look at the next 2 years. We're losing 8.8 and 8.5 in the next 2 years. If we put down a couple of 14, 15 point seasons, all of a sudden we're in top 4 contention out of nowhere. It's beautiful. Boast is life. Thank you for the follow. This is delightful. It's the unstressed sound you make by vocalizing the exact center of your mouth. So, like that. Oh, like, I see. Now, never speak again, Matt. What a moment for the bodies. They're just missing out on Metalingus in the background while I'm making noises like this. To be fair, it can't be as bad as me vibing for a good 30 seconds to the intro song, which was the wrong song today, without saying anything, which of course wasn't on the VOD, or won't be. I apologise, VODies, I really do. I wish there was somewhere we could make it work, but I can't. Just gotta say, I just pressed my Patrice soundboard, which again, no one will hear, because again, it's not linked up properly. The Cambridge Pingu, that's what they call me. I'm not well known enough by anybody to be called anything by anyone, really, other than or you. Or please move over, sir. Or you can't park there, sir. Sounds like you're the baby covered in peanut butter. What? 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 I stress again, what? Faraji Makasi. That's one of our Tanzanians. Oh, he's on loan at Sosho, isn't he? I love that, because occasionally we'll just get a random guy that's on loan at Sosho or Domjale. Is he actually playing for Sosho? I guess he must be if he's broken his hand. Right, Yebo, yes. We take that. Wow. There's some players in here. Let's get rid of some crap first. Although there doesn't appear to be too much of it. Some okay guys in there. Gomez at Slim. Oh, no. Why are you transfer listing people for 57 grand? Overpriced. Is that the guy called Walter? Because if it is, he's absolutely insane. Yep. Yeah, I'll wait till you see him. Actually, I say that. Like, he will nevertheless go on to be an absolute goat, right? But technically, in his finishing and composure, he's not actually that good. Although, admittedly, it's really easy to improve his composure. He's probably still got like 195 PA or some shit, but he's also got £27 million release scores. Sign him alone to them. I probably could, but the thing is, he's complaining about lack of football, so it wouldn't matter. I don't mind doing that thing when it's players that are leaving because they want to leave, but yeah, with that, it wouldn't make any difference, because he's clearly going to leave anyway. There's also this guy, Dalgard Bloch. What would he be like as an AP? So a lot of guys like this. Very high release scores. Very good as well, though. I don't know if I can load that up on stream. What is Skylight? Purely for copyright reasons, of course, you understand. Canio. Oh, no, Cano. We had a guy called Cano. Could be something there. Potentially. Could have for work. There you go. Beat them at their own game. Right, let me just sort out the scouting so we can got... Eureka. What a great name that is. Eureka. I mean, he's crap, but... There's only 6. Speaking of Mozambique players, he might... Do you know what? He's probably got Mozambique International written all over him one day. And he is called Eureko. So I will give him an extra scout because he just about makes the grade. But he's not great, is he? But he is called Eureko, which does earn... Can we even sign him? Probably can't, right? Because he's on a youth contract. Oh, we can! Fuck it. Meme signing? He probably will actually... Actually, will he? Nah, he probably won't get Mozambique caps because most of the good Mozambique players tend to come through at like for 2 years' time. Yeah, when his contract's tiny. Yeah, we'll have him. Oh yeah, I don't even have to do anything, do I? Because he's just free. Watch him become a worldie. Impossible. I mean, not impossible, but the most unlikely thing imaginable. Where's the extensives? There we go. Wait a second here. Hang on just a second here. This guy exists and plays for Hibernian. Yeah, the minimal guys, yeah. They will bring them into the next game. They are. They've already been officially announced. For free. That's brilliant. I mean, it's silly because Hibernian actually have a really good goalkeeper already. And I don't think he's likely to play anytime soon, sadly. Yeah, he's just Joel Ambrosio, basically, isn't he? The thing is, though, if they did sell him, it probably wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, because they'd get good cash. And the problem is, if we buy him and sell him back to them, which I would obviously probably still do. Cheers, event. Is it going to actually let me acknowledge these players yet? Right, try again. It's cool to see, though. Oh, we already looked at you, didn't we? Jefferson. That's a very high... You'd have to be very good. Kind of is, actually. He's not bad. He's just really expensive. Yeah, those price ranges are truly insane. Guy at Palace is 23, though. £99,000 a week. No, thank you. You're you. Any actually really old players that we know that we're never going to be able to sign? Like Mustafa Budak. Or, look, oh, just the... Oh, it's Al Hilal. Of course he is, yeah. All these guys are... Wages are way beyond what we can offer. Even you, actually. Oh, he's 27. Never mind. Yeah, we'll get rid of those guys. Oh, I didn't even see the asking price. I normally just focus straight on the wage demands initially. Yeah, I don't know why those players ended up there. I think it's like... Maybe he just got randomly scouted at some point or another. Anderlecht dude looks pretty... Oh, it's another... Hey, look, it's another overpriced Belgium. Be unlike me. Oh, we've looked at him before because I definitely remember that hair. I mean, how could you forget it? Michel Lebrun, we already know about. Adnan Alic. Now, I'm careful about Alic, as we can't sign him anyway. It's way too expensive. You're already on the short list, so there's a reason why. There's Goober. Goober's not as good. Yeah, the loan suggestions thing is probably what it is. Yeah, Goober's not great. I don't know if he's even really good enough for... Wage is cheap. It would heavily depend on how much they want for him. If he's under 500, I'd probably be tempted, but it is also like I'm trying to be careful with money, given how much we've already spent. Nah, that's too much for me. Particularly with what's happening in January. We've got how much money going out? Yeah, £41.5 million worth of players leaving in January. Sorry, joining in January. We've got to be careful on cash, particularly with FFP as well, even though we're still kind of good at the moment. Now, we'll obviously make some money back in January because we are going to sell some guys potentially, but yeah. Let's see. Oh, it's the same guy. Yeah, most of these guys are... He's cheap, but not that great. Has quite a large wage. They're just so very average, aren't they? Actually, you're okay. Oh, wait, hang on. Was he one of the guys that we scouted using that random idea that Hadrian had? Because he's got unbelievable mentals. Look at the state of him. And he's called Godfred. So much money on. So we've got a goalkeeper joining us for £13 million, who's really good, and a wing back on both sides, or he will be by the time we're done with him. Also joining us for £13 million because they were just really good. I'll show you them in a sec. Let me just... Oh no, not another friendly. Please don't do it. Huh. Yeah, we wouldn't have got extensive that quickly unless we already had really good knowledge somehow, which seems unlikely. But yeah, the guys that are joining us that are costing all the money are Well, there's a few guys that are costing a bit of cash. So, like, Juarez is costing us 4.5, but he looks really tasty. 3 players from each scout report. When you say scouting and scout report, what exactly is that report? Where are those players coming from? What are you doing to get those players into the report? Is it recruitment focuses, manual scouting, what type of manual scouting, etc., etc.? I need to sort of know what you are doing to know what you need to do, I guess. But yeah, the 2 guys that are costing all the cash are Gutierrez, 13.5 million. I just think he's really good. Like, really, really, really good. And then, obviously, this guy, Sauerschneig, who admittedly, we dropped £13 million on without actually seeing his full attributes, which I must admit was very risky. But he does have very good agility and balance. He's very fast for his age. Good on both feet. 5'10". Hopefully can cross better than 9. Tackling's decent. His marking and positioning is his biggest weakness, and that's so easy to fix. Resilient personality too, which is not that far off of Model Citizen. Focuses on 21 minimum, 3-star PA in Argentina and Colombia. Yeah, so basically, I would not do any of those. You're just not going to find many players using really specific recruitment focuses like that. You just need to be a bit more broad with it. So, for example, my recruitment focus is that I barely even find good players with myself, but they do at least produce players. Are just literally 18 to 18, as in he's literally 18, and then like no minimum, and then like a little bit on the maximum, that's it. Because otherwise you're just not going to find anything. They are really, really bad. Rico is a technical. Yeah, and that's stuff that we can do. Particularly the fact that his biggest weakness, technically, is his marking positioning, which is the easiest thing in the world. We can get that up so quickly. Marcus, I think, is going to be really useful. You're 16, so we can't... Oh, yeah, it's the random Mozambique dude. I'm actually surprised he's even going to talk to her. I was expecting him to say no, but all right. Enjoy Zuri for the next 6 years. Can I just... Oh, wow. Man's got... I wasn't familiar with your game. Man had hands. All right. How about that? There you go. Enjoy. Manual scouting is just effort. Oh, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of effort, but it's with scouting FM, a lot of the time, I feel like it's a case of you kind of get out what you... I might actually keep him out on loan. Just let him develop a little bit. If he's going to play for them, which he probably is, might as well let him do that. You get out what you put in with scouting stuff. Fringe player, really? No. I'll give him a loan, though. I wish you could, like, pin certain things in certain orders there. Yeah, you won't be able to join until he's like... Yeah, true. Yeah, how could he... That's... Well, she just rocks up at 16 in January somehow. Oh, I'll see you later, Kaka. Oh, enjoy Lanzarote. Join us from the beach. Or don't. Enjoy your holiday, rather. Wow, that's quite a lot of money, actually. He doesn't have Ghana caps or anything, does he? No. Under 21 caps, though, so... He may be on the fringe. I'd still rather use international caps, though. Maybe like 4.1. And that should give us a nice 8-year contract, which is, what's that, 26? Yeah, we take that. Cool. It might do, Hadrian, but I don't think it does. Because I don't think we've done it before. I guess we'll find out. If he agrees to the contract, then we'll be able to see his joining date. Benfica keen on signing Kadri. That's a strange one. Benfica. You used to getting bigger bids for Kadri. Staying on 18. I don't know, because we don't know what that actually means. Question. Yeah, but he was European. This guy's not. He's from Mozambique, and like from a Mozambique side with no second nationality. That's the thing. I've usually only experienced that with signing players from European sides. Like we've signed a couple of Norwegian 16-year-old guys. We've got the Czech. We've got a Bulgarian 16-year-old. Is it Hubanov? I think his name's like Lashar or something. There we go. No, Lakazar Hubanov. This guy's 16. He's really good. He's very fucking good. He's going to be joining us in January as well. Won't be able to be loaned for a while. Well, actually, not that long. Like a few months, perhaps. Right. Nashar. Oh, yeah, there's no other league, Champions League after Christmas, isn't there? So we can kind of play whoever we like here. Which means lots of time for Reynoso. And good chance to give Padilla his fitness levels back again. And obviously to give a chance for Cida Castera. Paul's got to do Paul things. And with a strong team around him, who knows what's possible? Surely Markovic doesn't start here. Oh, God, he kind of does, doesn't he? Actually, no, where's Derek? Yeah, Derek can start. 14 relegated per year. Jesus. That's quite a lot, actually. Only got Ukraine, Euro. I guess we're going to find out on him then, aren't we? That is kind of weird. Oh, in Malta. Oh, yeah. Isn't that because they're restructuring the league? I believe this year in Malta's quite important. They're changing something to do with the way the league's being set up. That was what I was told right at the start of this save. And Paul does get an assist, but Derek gets a goal and 2 assists. Love to see it. Padilla has hit the ground running so quickly since coming. He's got like 5 goals in his 2 games, I think, this season. Yeah, starts 2 games, gets 5 goals. God, I've missed him. He is genuinely world class. It does show you what having a player like this not in your team can do. It's got in the wall, in it. They've got their Darlington stripe. 2 more. I'm liking what I'm seeing out of Asahi, though. Getting some football, playing. 2 more goals for Reynoso as well. 9 goals in 9 starts. Can't argue with that. Hibernian's keeper. I'll see. Because it's... Is it this guy? Yeah. I'll shortlist him. Because the thing is, it's not like he's worth no money. And he doesn't actually play for them. Which means if I buy him and loan him back to them, he's just not going to play for them. Because their starting goalkeeper is Ambrosio. Who's really good. He's certainly better than him anyway. Padilla is a little bit good, isn't he? I think with this, it might honestly be better for us to just let them sell him. Because then they'll at least get some clauses in there, potentially. Although I suppose if we bought him, we could loan him to someone else. Yeah, true. We might as well at least shortlist him. Because they may not go in for him. They probably will. But we'll see. Yeah, Padilla, I always forget how good he actually is. He might be the best player at the club. We could farm him, but then it's like... Yeah. Oh, no, I mean, I probably would. Literally, he is quite... He is just having better physicals away from being one of the best players in the world. Like, technically and mentally, he's up there, and he's only 25. What? Is it just... I thought they were just going to 12 teams, or are they doing some other stuff as well that requires, like, weird shit? Our bank account, we've got, like, 110 million in the bank, but 41 million of that has been earmarked for the signings that are joining us in January, so it's... Yeah. 7-3. Good God. So it's a little bit more complex, but I expect that someone will be off in January, just don't know who. Would like to get rid of a Quad... No, not Quad... No, it was Quadros, wasn't it? Someone like that. We've still got a few players of doing not a lot, can't find loans, probably worth a bit of cash, can maybe cash in for like 10 million. Trigger extension on Crossdev, right? Is it 3 year? 1 year. Annoying. But not much we can do about that other than just extend it. Be weird not to. SSU, isn't that the... Oh, that's Supersport United. They might actually have someone in there, though. Nah. When you confirm the deal. No, I've noticed that when it comes to incoming transfers, you see the balance deduct when the player joins you. But the other way around for outgoings, weirdly. Because otherwise, we would have had a much lower bank balance right now than we should do. Because we've kept it like... If you look at our finances, we've still got like 114 million in the bank. I dropped 13 million pounds on a player earlier today, and it's not made any dent there. There's an American in there. See you later, Mike. Charlotte Academy. Wait. In where? Oh, in these recruitment focuses. Let's have a look. Play well. Yeah. I mean, admittedly, with the amount of players that we've got out on loan, it's almost impossible for us to not have one of them play well. Oh, yeah, Crown Legacy. Martin Ahern. Yeah, Crown Legacy, Charlotte. That is Martin Ahern. This is what I mean. That even mid ones from that are just not that good. Yeah, Hamron need to they need to pull their fingers out at least to make sure they get back into Europe next year. That would be an embarrassment otherwise. But as for like our loanees out, if I filter just by like rating, you can see there's a good chunk there that are at 7 or above. I can't select multiple players on this screen because FM's stupid to actually tell you how many players that is. But the best, 7.83. 19 goals in 12 games for Tommy and Kobo. What are they feeding you in Valletta? That's brilliant. Is that all in the league? Oh my god. Tommy Nkobo has got 19 and 12 in the league. He is very good, and actually this is like... He's a decent top flight player, so for him to be playing in the second tier is unhinged. And they are top of the league, and he has got 19. That's very true, yeah. Yeah, Pereira at 3-star now, which makes sense. Yeah, the XG is super high as well. It's not like he's overperforming it by that much. Yeah, 35 and 31. What was his tally like last time around? So when he first went out, he got 7 and 10. Last year, he got 9 and 9. And this year he's got 19 and 12. Good God. A pirate noise is struggling again. Because when we checked in on them earlier... Bloody hell. Just the 41 goals conceded now. Wait, what? Oh, right, it's not ordered correctly. Yeah, it's going poorly. Hello, Ziv, it's going alright. How are you, man? My voice is actually gone. Unironically, my voice is gone. Oh, Jesus. It's just about fucking 3 o'clock, because I genuinely think my voice is gone. Yeah, he's doing very well. Yeah, Master Slot, God, they're a blast in the past, aren't they? Oh, I think we're okay. But yeah, in terms of ability out on loan, obviously ignore Alberto and these guys, but we've got some 2.5-star guys. 2 of them are at Sweetie. Though 3 of them are at Sweetie. And then we've also got a 3-star loanee. And the fact that I'm still just... I don't understand this. I've rarely ever see players consistently maintain a 5-star PA, particularly when they're not like right on it with their CA as well. It's crazy. He must be really good. Yeah, the low self-belief is probably holding him back a little bit. Hammer have done very well. Hammer are currently... They're below us in the Champions League, but they are sitting in 22nd place with 2 games to go. They basically need 1 more point, I would say, to be in with a great chance. Late developer? Maybe. Oh, imagine if we actually had a proper late developer. It might be what stops him from getting to his maximum PA. Do we need to bring him back? Absolutely not. God, no. Why would we do that? 21 games this. He's played... No, he plays almost every minute that's important. We absolutely don't need to bring him back. He's one of the most important players we have out on loan. These guys are exactly why we do this. I would happily let him stay out on loan for the rest of this save, honestly. If he's going to have a huge impact for someone like Sweetie, even if he's got, like, I don't know, 160 PA or something, maybe even higher, actually, if it's as good as that. I don't know about world-class. I don't think he's quite world-class yet, but he's getting there. Starting right wing, but if only he could cross. Actually, to be fair, he'd be really bad as a wing-back in this sort of setup. The agility ain't there. Look at the pros. Oh, yeah. That's actually surprising. Sometimes it actually says it here as a media description. That's normally where I look, but fair enough. If he's the best player in the world, and we're able to win trophies without him because he's at Sweetie, then he gets to stay at Sweetie. Because we don't, it's a luck of the draw. We're going to have other players. I reckon we'll be more than capable of building a Champions League winning side without him in it. Unless he obviously just randomly comes back, which does happen. But I feel like he's so much more important. It's the same with Zivkovic. He was a world-class player, but he was so much more impactful for Haaland actually was for us. Keep on loan. Yeah, exactly. If they're willing to stay on loan, then you don't look a gift horse in the mouth. These guys are like gold dust, trying to keep them out on loan. And also, yeah, if he's the best player in the world at Sweetie, think who they'd be able to sign because of that. It'd be insane. It's Zivkovic all over again. Kept being in the league. They just wouldn't, would they? We'd just take other players back from them. Extend him. What do you mean? As in, he's got 2 years left on his contract. And he's got 2 years left on his loan contract as well. So I will offer him an extension, of course. But you've got to be careful with that, because sometimes it means that they might not accept the loan extension if you give them too high of a squad status. So I might actually wait until he's got a year left and then extend him after he accepts the extension. Actually, that won't really work, because I couldn't give him a 2-year extension then if he's only got 1 year left on his contract, and that can get glitchy. So I probably will offer an extension clause. Not a clause, an extension. Right. Who are we rating? Is Alice still on? Oh, she's gone. Or is she? Oh, no, she's playing Pokemon. I always look at the FM category immediately, which means we head in to... We'll go cultured left foot. If I could spell, which I apparently can't. Left... I'm struggling here. Still struggling. I've put a colon in it for absolutely no reason. Please tell me that was correct. It was! You'll love to see it. So yeah, I'll be back on Thursday, hopefully with a voice that works properly, you'd think. Some of you those that are on the Patreon might actually get the Retro Agent video tomorrow night, if I can get it done quick enough. If not, then Friday. Yeah, see you on Thursday. I'll wear the Malta shirt, the new Malta shirt on Thursday. So yes, thank you for joining me today. This has been extremely fun. Malta is killing it, and that's thanks to all of us as a group.